So one thing can happen to two people. Another person will process it differently. The other person will process it differently. So you have to identify what is wrong with me. Look on the inward. So number one is when you overreact to small issues, maybe when things trigger you, little things trigger you, you turn it into, a big anger, or you become anxious. That's a sign, that's a trigger, okay? It might be speaking about your unresolved pain. Remember, we want to be aware. We are here to become aware, right? The second one is when you are exhausted, when you are burnt out and you do not know, you are irritated unnecessarily, you are frustrated unnecessarily. You should ask yourself, what's going on? There must be a reason why you're feeling that way. So when you are agitated, when you are irritated, without immediate cause, there's a problem. Okay? Now, the third one is need for control. You want to control, and it's common amongst us, we handlers. When we want to control them, we want everything we say for them to do it. When you find yourself trying to control them, then it's a problem. Then for the fourth one, it's taking things personally, right? They put up an attitude and you take it like from point 1 to point 100. You escalate it. It's a problem. You avoid emotions. When they come to you or when someone asks you, what's going on? You say, I'm fine. But you know that you are not fine. I'm just rushing it because of time. Pardon me, I was supposed to be here yesterday, but I couldn't. So when you avoid emotions, when someone asks you, what's going on? And you say, nothing, but you know something is going on. It's a pointer. It's a trigger. You have to become aware of that and know what to do about that. Then you have this harsh inner voice. You criticize yourself. You look at yourself and tell yourself, I'm not worthy to become this. I am not supposed to be this. Right? You might be there, or maybe as a teacher, as a parent, but while you're on your own, you look at yourself and say, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not because of the money you're getting. It's a calling. As a parent, it's a calling and a way. And they expect to be hot at all times. We call it the risky or self-destructive behaviors. They start using substance. They abuse substance. They abuse substance. They take unsafe choices. So teenagers, as I'm saying this, you have to be identifying these things. You can also help your friends. When you see those things happening to one of you, you can report to the school authority. Okay? Now, what do we do when we see these things going on? The first thing we have to do is to create a safe space. That's not when you start yelling or shouting or beating the person. No. Not just them, even adults want someone who can give them that safety. So when that happens, teenagers also need safety. So when one of them comes to you and explains, this is, give them that safe space that they require. Okay? Let them feel seen and heard. Because that's what you would want. Let them feel seen and heard without fear of punishment or you shaming them. Right? Teach them, tell them that you can see them. Do not show them anger. Do not still be in that safe space. Now, what are we not to do? When they come to us, let us not say, oh, you're overreacting. I know as parents, we do that a lot. Do not tell them, oh, is it the small thing? Why are you overreacting? It's a little thing. No, we have to validate whatever they are going through so that they will be able to open more. Right? Let us not shut them down. Don't force them to open up. So when sometimes when they come to you, they might walk in and say, "Hi, Mrs. So-and-so, I want to talk to you about something." And at that point, that person might decide not to talk to you again because they are not sure. They are not sure that if they are safe with you, or if you can keep whatever they are going to tell you safe. So they will pause, and you'll be like, "Oh yeah, go on." You correct. They want to control. Correct. They want to control. But when lay down that we have to do, connect with them, earn their trust, earn their respect, then you can know how to correct. So connection comes first before correction. Connection comes first before correction. So we are here to help these ones, these beautiful ones, both the ones that are here and the ones that are not here, and it's our responsibility to do so. And if we do not,
you will have to be patient to even understand what she was saying, because from what I've said, it shows I understood what she said, right? So I would like to get the feedback from you. So I'm just going to take 3 questions. If I can have 3 hands up. 1 person, good. Can I have a second person? The students, I expect you to ask questions as well. I expect a student at least to ask questions. We have 1 person from there. Any other person? I need a second.
Feelings can be a sign of emotional weakness.
so anxiety, many things causes anxiety. So when you see that show up, you have to first of all find the root cause. Okay? And you said how to open up. Who do you trust? I'm not trying to get the answer, but I'm just, giving you ideas on what you look for. That person you trust, and you explain to the person. Then, in the process of talking to the person, that's when you now identify the reason why you are anxious. Okay? Why it starts coming up, there must be a trigger. Okay? So it's to find the trigger. Why does it happen? But look for who you trust, who can, when they ask you certain questions, you can easily open up. So when we find the root cause, then we'll find, okay, how do we handle this when the anxiety comes up? All right?
So much. Do we have a third question? Otherwise, I would move on. Okay. I wanted to lend a voice to what she said. I think she answered it correctly. She said a therapist needs to be involved in situations like this. But most importantly, I also want to emphasize the need for empathy. I don't think that is your case, but I'm just saying it. When you meet students who are so demanding when it comes to attention, I need us to embrace patience. I speak out of experience. I had a friend in school, just like she said, who was telling me that when she was in school, she never got, that experience of pamper, attention. You're dressing to go to school, and your mom is like, "No, I don't like this. Oh, you look nice today. Oh, what did you?" She never really experienced that. So her hope for that was in school. One Mrs. ... So she said she will go to school. "Ma, my head hurts. My knee hurts. Ma, this one." And then the teacher will be like, "I thought I told you sorry already. Sorry." And she'll be like, "Okay. Ma, I have an answer." And if the woman doesn't ask her to speak, she feels so bad. And she said that one day that she noticed that anytime she does something, she gets the attention of the teacher. It makes her feel very important, makes her feel loved. And one day the teacher sent for her and told her to sit down. She said, "Can I ask, why do you always want me to approve of everything you say? Like you want me to notice you and everything?" And she said, You are the only person who ever paid attention to me in this life. Does it make sense? So for cranky teachers, Bielsa, Makada, sit down. I just told you that, sorry. How many times do I say sorry? When you do that to that student, you have robbed the student of love and attention. Remember, as teachers, we are angels in disguise. We're God's people. You are saviors. When you talk about Jesus and what he represents, or Allah, what he represents, you are the first ambassador they see. So I would tell you to adopt empathy. Try to understand these people. If you as an adult go through tough times, I can imagine the circle you come from. If it's not a difficult husband, it's a terrible sister-in-law, it's a toxic workplace, it's unfriendly cousins, it's, a poor business. You imagine how uncomfortable it is for you as an adult. It wakes you up in the night, you pray, you cry. When you look at your pocket, and your pocket is as dry as Hamatan, And for you as an adult, all the difficult to navigate. Imagine an adolescent, how the person will manage it. So Biko, just try to understand, put human face to this. Does it make sense? Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. Okay, she already did justice to the social anxiety. So why we're here is not just to listen. If you're just going to listen and you're not going to put it into practice, then you have wasted our time, and your finances. What is actually going to make the difference is that you are learning that today I will be more patient and I will know how to handle these people. But most importantly, she started by talking about the need for you to handle yourself first. You must take care of yourself. Most of us don't, like she said, trust anybody to open up to people. Please, you have to find someone to talk to. That problem you think is very personal and people will hear and laugh about, you're wasting your time. Believe me, people have deeper problems and they have opened up to people. What's the highest thing that can happen? Oh, she said she fought with her husband. Are you the first to fight with your husband? She said she's going through hardship. Are you the first to go through hardship? So we must open up to people and you'll be surprised the level of help you can get. Or you can see a therapist. Amara told me that after now, there will be a group of therapists behind. You will see them free of charge. Thank you so much. Now, I would want us to see our sponsors, the people who made it possible for us to. We're just going to see some. We're just going to see some of them, and I will invite the next speaker. Sponsors, please. They are the reason this program is happening in the first instance.
They bow before your throne. All the elders cast their crowns before the Lamb of God and sing, you're worthy of it all.
Okay, I just saw myself and I happen to be one of the sponsors. I'm kidding. Before Amara will lock me up, you want to add to what she said? Can we, Amara, can we let that happen? She wants to add to what the lady said. Okay, make it as brief as possible. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I just want to add something to the reply we already got. So the second question was, how do you differentiate a child that's trying to seek attention genuinely and someone that is proudly playing with you, something. So what I want to say is, from what we learned yesterday, for everybody, child, adult, trying to seek attention, it's coming from a trauma that had probably happened years back. That's number one. We use the script identity in Christ. So if you talk about that identity in Christ, the child will know that the child does not even need human validation to be a complete human. When you do that, you make the child stand and be independent. The reason being is because no matter how you try to keep that child close to you, you'll have other children that have the same situation. And if you don't make them independent, they're all going to engulf you. Exactly. So the more you make them independent, you give chance for other children to come to you and you attend to them. Thank you.
So much. Barrister Taiwo. Is Barrister Taiwo around? Sound system, please.
If you check out, you gon' know. Blessings show from my head out to my toes. No be joke, or even for my face, they show. I know if you count, I know if you count, oh. The blessings of God upon me life, oh. See as my life is a balance, oh. Now the grace of the Lord taking me high, oh. No be found, if only blank can see, oh. If only blank can see, oh. Waiting you do for me, oh.
Come at the boy from trenches. He lost if you back my blessings. I thank God, so I'm never stressing. No. Under the umbrella, I get it done. Let me know if it's over, my daddy, your girl. You put the oil for my head. When I look around, oh, every
all of my songs just they make sense. All day my head, oh. Not the word that they confess. We can't they making me the best. Who got them blessed, no man contest. All day my head, oh. That's why they flow. My head, they flow. No be what show. If you check them, you go know. Blessings show. No be joke. No be joke. Even for my face, they show. Flow, air from my head, they flow. Air from my head, they flow. I'm looking for the evidence of the baby with Papa don't bless.
Hello? Are we still listening? Okay, so I will invite the next guest. The next guest, I call abuse. Just invite him and he will do justice to that. He is Coach David. Coach David, please wave. His name is David Psfar-Ae. I hope I got that correctly. Okay. And Coach David is going to talk to us, work in real life, practical strategies for substance abuse prevention and recovery. Coach David, I hope I got that correctly. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage.
When I think about the things that you've done, I stand to reality. Oh my God, you do this one.
Good morning, everybody. We're sounding very dull. Good morning, everybody. Much, much, much better. You're welcome to today's session, and I trust we've been younger. Yes, she just turned 21. How many of us know that? Doesn't she look it? Doesn't she look it? Okay, so yes, the students, when I came yesterday, I was actually surprised to see you guys. Yes, because I genuinely thought I was speaking to the people on this side of the hall. But it's a good thing you're here. I eventually got excited that you are here because some of the things... My job here is simple. We want to talk about a problem that pertains to all of us. Yes, we want to talk about a problem that pertains to all of us, a problem that affects all of us in one way or the other. So I prepared a 5-hour presentation. Put your hands together for me. I'm not joking. I've actually prepared a 5-hour presentation. But this morning, the convener called me around 5 in the morning. That's how she disturbs me. Around 5. She's the only one that can call me at that time and I'll answer. And she said, Biko, start your 5-hour presentation, make it 50 minutes. So because she said I should do that, I'll reduce it to 52. Thank you. Before, a few people have, some of the students, oh yeah, a few of them met me yesterday and said, oh, Uncle David, I know you. I saw you here, I saw you there. I said, what do you know about me? They said, you're the one that used to take drugs before. I said, so that's all you know about in Lagos State at an event organized by the First Lady. And when the governor of Lagos State came in, she introduced me to the governor as the drug guy. She said, Your Excellency, this is David, the drug guy. Then there was an awkward moment of silence because the governor looked at me. You are a drug guy, what are you doing here? So she now laughed. She said, no, he's the guy that was once a drug guy and now is helping people come out of it. So students, when you see me, don't tell your friends that that's the guy that used to take drugs. Finish the story. He used to take drugs. Now he's helping others come out of it. Unugo? Oh, my picture is on the screen. Who is this person here? This is the drug guy. This is the one that used to take drugs before. Yes. This picture was taken in 2013. I'll tell you a funny story. I was in the bunk are the trap houses where people who take drugs live. I was there, and my mother needed to get me for my NIN. We needed to do the capturing. So she sent people to go and pick me up forcefully from the bunk, the trap house. And this was the picture last year. This NIN, is it re-registration or recapturing? Something happened, and I needed to do something in the bank. So the lady looked at the screen. She said, sir, this is not you. She said, sir, are you sure you're the one that was here? And then I remembered how, you think that we can laugh about it now, but a lot of people who go to boy in Enugu State, his mother called me. This happened in 2023. I was in Lagos doing a documentary with the NDLEA. She called and was crying, Coach David, my son is using drugs. How old is your son? 13 years old. 13. I said, what drug is he using? She said, they say it's Colos. How many of us know Colos? This lady, the way you're smiling with your pink glasses. You know Colos? She said it's Colos. So I felt so bad that a young 13-year-old boy was using drugs. And I told her, I said, I'm not in Lagos, I'm not in Enugu, but I'll be back soon. In the meantime, I'll send you somebody's number that can start the first aid. That's why we're here today. First aid. What can you do to nip it in the bud? What can you do to stop it from developing into a disorder? In this case, I said, I'll send you somebody's number. And she contacted the person. It was a lady in Enugu State. She contacted the person. 2 weeks later, I came back to Enugu. To be honest, I had forgotten about that call. Then my wife reminded me, how far with that mommy that called that day? I said, oh, that's true. Let me reach out to her and find out how her son is doing. I picked up my phone and rang her. She picked up. I said, how are you? She said, fine. She said, are you back? I said, yes. I said, I called to find out how your son is doing. She said, he died yesterday. He died yesterday. And then she sent me videos of the boy. And that was when my heart even broke even further. The boy used to play football in UNEC. We have the same fence. My office and UNEC has the same fence. When the boy scores goal, he takes off his shirt. He writes, I belong to Jesus. Did he truly belong to Jesus? Yes. Yes, he did. But he got into a mess that could have been sorted out if teen handlers, coaches, mentors, teachers, parents, uncles, guardians, administrators, school owners knew what to do in the first instance. We have a serious drug problem. We have a serious drug problem. I was with the Commissioner of Health last month, and we're discussing the emergence of synthetic forms of psychotropic, psychoactive substances. And then you now have drugs that, we'll show you some samples, because it's good for you to know what it looks like. You can't be a teen handler and you don't know what certain drugs look like. That doesn't make you holy. I was teaching a group of teachers, training for teachers in Ikeja. And one woman, she's a Muslim. She said, no. I told them that you have to even know the smell. So that when someone passes you, if you smell it on your students, you should know. The woman said, no, that is haram. I said, it's not haram. Look, what you are doing is a calling. There's a mandate on your lives to safeguard these young people that are kept under you. If you listen to Barrister Taiwo yesterday, and you merge it with what Pastor Ifeanyi said, you see that what you have is an assignment. It's not a job. It's an assignment. And every time I see teen handlers, children teachers, I always clap for you people. Because the work you are doing is extraordinary. But then since you have agreed to be a part of it, then you should agree to be in fully. I struggled with drugs for 7 years. In that period, I lost 4 of my friends. 4 people that died. I was born just like that young boy that says, I belong to Jesus. My parents always dragged me to church. From when I was crawling, my brothers and I always in church. That was their idea of parenting. Was it bad? No. Was it enough? No. We have gone past the stage where you say the major thing you need to do is to ensure that your children or the children under your care are kept in a religious setting, and that's enough to ensure that they turn out right. I was speaking at a youth gathering in Kenaland. Over 3,000 participants from all the countries, almost all the countries in Africa. It was a 3-day program. I was speaking on drug abuse and prevention to teenagers. After the first day, a 16-year-old girl came up to me. I said, what's the problem? She said, sir, I brought this to this camp meeting. I said, what is this? I looked at it. She said, it's cocaine. 5 grams of cocaine with a 16-year-old girl in church. I said that this program is a 3-day program. You can't finish this. You'll die of an overdose. You know what she said next? She brought it. She said, sir, I brought it to share with people that may be interested. We have a duty to carry out prevention. A test shows you are positive for smoking marijuana. He said no. So I had to redo the test again. And I did it. And I did it again. And he showed he was still positive for marijuana. And he showed he was still positive for marijuana. So I said, you are smoking. I put it to you, you're smoking. He said, no, he's not smoking. I put it to you, you're smoking. He said, no, he's not. The mother said, she knows there's a problem, but her son does not lie to her. So if he says he's not smoking, then he's not smoking. So I went back and I said, Holy Spirit, help me. What is going on here? And then it quickly occurred to me that that is not the only means of ingestion of marijuana. So I called the boy back and I said, what have you eaten today? He said, I ate cake. I said, who gave you the cake? He called the name of the boy, an SS3 student in his school. I said, did he give you for free? He said, no, I buy it. How much did you buy it? 3,000 naira. I said, okay, now we're getting somewhere. How long have you been taking this? He said, 6 months. So the teacher that came was stunned. And she said she has to escalate the case to the principal of the school. And then she did. They invited us to carry out a test. 19, in the class of 25, 19 of them were positive. 19 of them were positive. Several cases. We've had that people get into substance use, and the people who are tasked with taking care of them have no idea what is happening. And sometimes the results are very devastating. I'll show you a picture now. Can we have the picture of the young man first? His before picture. Can we have it very quickly? The one that is like a short video. So the person you're about to see is somebody who is currently with us in our rehabilitation center. No? You don't have it? Convener. You have not sent it. You'll be fine though. Okay, so send it to them. When you get it, just give me a thumbs up so that we'll come back to it. So there's a job we have to do. There's a responsibility we must carry out in ensuring that we carry out first aid. But before we go into more of the things we have to do, let's take a little bit of teaching. Can we have the slides? We'll run it very quickly because there are certain things you need to even know about drugs before you are able to carry out first aid. True or false? If you don't know how to carry out first aid, then you're not able to do much. So all we need to know as teen handlers, let's go. Let's continue. Go, please, as the session goes. So what comes to your mind when you hear about drugs? Anybody? Very quickly. What comes to your mind when you hear about drugs? Anybody? Very quickly. No, you hold on. Let me focus. I'll come to you people. Is there somebody here? Okay. Please, let's make it as interactive as possible. What comes to your mind when you hear about drugs? No, I don't want the students for now. I'll come back to you. Give her a place.
The thing that comes to my mind when I hear drugs, especially on teens, is that it destabilizes them mentally.
It destabilizes them mentally, that's correct. Anything else?
Yeah, and it also affects their academics.
It affects their academics. Thank you very much. I saw somebody's hand up here. Yes.
Okay. They are hard drugs that are detrimental to the health.
Hard drugs that are detrimental to the health. Let's take two more. There's somebody there. Thank you, sir. Yes, we have a man speaking now. What comes to your mind when you hear drugs?
The thing that comes to my mind when I hear about drugs is that they are chemical substances.
Chemical substances?
And they can alter the psychology of a child.
It can alter the psychology of the child. One more person. Yes, ma'am. This mommy here. Thank you very much.
Drug is, what comes to my mind when I hear about drug is that drug is a chemical substance that can alter behavior, whether positively or negatively.
Hold on, mommy, hold on. So are you saying there's the positive effect of drug use?
Of course.
Okay. Let's put our hands together for all of everybody that has answered. Yes. So everybody has told us what comes to their minds when they hear about drugs. Let's have the slides back, please. Yes, let's go. So what is a substance? Use of substance in a harmful or a risky way. This includes alcohol, tobacco, prescription drugs, and illegal drugs. Hold on. How many of us believe alcohol is a drug? You believe alcohol is a drug? Say aye. You think it's not a drug? Say nay. Uh-huh. I knew that we'll quarrel with this one. Huh? So, according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and I have some of their pamphlets that I'll be sharing to everybody that is present here. According to the United Nations, a drug is any substance that is consumed, affects the way we feel, the way we think, and the way we behave. Students, are you hearing me? A drug is any substance when consumed, affect the way we think, the way we feel, the way we behave. It works on the spinal cord and the brain. It has the potential to heal, cure, or prevent diseases. So from that definition, according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, is alcohol a drug? Does it affect the way we think? Does it affect the way we feel? Does it affect the way we behave? So it is a drug. Now let me take it a step further. Do you know that according to the World Health Organization, it says, and please feel free to fact check me, you can check it on Google, there is no quantity of alcohol that is 100% safe for human consumption. No quantity of alcohol that is 100% safe for human consumption. It's on World Health Organization website. So this is not Coach David telling you this. This is what the organization tasked with safeguarding our health has come up with after years of research. And then, of course, we have tobacco, which is cigarettes. Prescription drugs. Those are drugs that are sold in the pharmacy that is supposed to help. Listen, we have a 64-year-old retired nurse that is in rehabilitation now because she's addicted to prescription medication. Somebody that retired as a director of nursing, you would assume that she knows more than me and you on the effects of drug use. But she got addicted to prescription medication, so much so that they are, not me, because I'm not in that meeting, contemplating amputating her leg now. Because the particular medication she's using, I don't want to call the name, because of these curious minds, it's an injectable. And then when it doesn't work well with your system, it starts to chop that part of your skin that you are using it on. And right now she has a big hole on her leg. 64 years old, retired nurse, abusing drugs, prescription medication. Sir, we had a 14-year-old boy who was also abusing the same medication. Now listen, and this is where first aid comes in. He was using the same medication, he died of it. A prescription medication. So we're not talking of cocaine, we're not talking of heroin, we're talking of what is sold in the pharmacy. Now, when they were preparing him for his burial, when they were doing the embalmment, they call it, preparing him for, we found out that he was injecting his penis with that. I just noticed we have children in this place, so I have to reduce some of my, but it's not, the conference is not meant for children. He was injecting. So what level of euphoria or highness do you want to derive from by injecting one of the most important parts of your body? It was after he died. Now, when we were doing our investigation, we found out that he told his class teacher about this. He told the class teacher, but she didn't know what to do. And the sons of Issachar were men that understood times and seasons. And because they understood, they knew which way Israel should go. As teen handlers, you must understand the times and the seasons we live in. Prof here was just showing me something. Sorry, I'm calling you out, sir. And I had seen something similar this morning. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. I had seen something similar this morning that very shortly, one of the most common issues, problems we're going to be having globally is the problem of substance use, closely related mental health issues. So if you don't wake up to the reality that that is the time and the season we belong, then you are making a grave mistake. You will not be able to handle these ones. A woman invited me to her house. Sorry, if we don't go back to the slides when my time is up, all my stories, anything you learn from it, take it home like that. Then we'll share the slides with you. A woman invited me to her house. She was working with ECOWAS. She said, something is wrong with my daughter. I can't figure it out. I can't place my hand on it. So she took sabbatical to sit down in the house with the daughter. Let her be seeing her eye to eye. She said, sir, my daughter is still misbehaving. She said, I've been with her 3 months. I still notice red eyes. I still notice irritability. I still notice agitation. I said, are you sure she doesn't go out? She said, no. Are you sure friends don't come in? She said, no. She said, sometimes she gets so irritable that she starts shouting and breaking things. So I said, okay, bring her to the office. She said, no, sir, please, can you come to the house? And I said, if you pay me, I'll come. So she said, okay. So I went to her house. And then the young girl came downstairs and said, hello, how are you? And she went back upstairs. So I was telling her, I said, we need to do a drug test. Let's find out. She said, but she's not going out. Where will she take the drug? While we were having that conversation, the doorbell rang. And the girl ran down and said, I'll get it, I'll get it. Huh? You know Nepo? All those Nepo kids. I'll get it. So as she was out getting it, the Spirit of the Lord told me, follow her to the door. So the mother said, no, it's cake. We bought cakes for her. That she likes to eat ijekuje cake. So I said, let me see the cake. The pack of cakes, beautiful, 12 cupcakes, very beautiful. So I told the girl, won't you give me one? So she wanted to drag it. The delivery man did not even collect delivery fee. He dropped it and left. Give me one, I'm your guest. Of course, I didn't want the cake. She said, no, she wanted to drag it. The Spirit of God said, we'll fight here. So me too, I held it. The mother said, leave her cake. You invited it to my daughter. I said, madam, leave me with her. So from drag to drag to drag, I put my hand inside, I carried one. Sir, stop it. Sir, stop it. Sir. I opened it, a wrap of cocaine inside. The mother was the one paying for it. Without knowing. Without knowing. Without knowing. So I said to her, look at it. This is where the problem was. This is where the problem has been. Times and seasons. All these things are obtainable on social media. People order it on Instagram. They order it on Twitter, which is now X. Order it on Facebook with different names. Do we have the media? Do we have it now? Auntie Amara, do you have it or you don't have it? Should I resend it to you? I should resend it to you. Please, let's put our hands together for our convener. A lot. The Lord is our strength. So just give me 1 minute so I can send something to her because I would like to show you. Okay, I've sent it, ma. So please, let's go on with our slides very quickly. Thank you. Yes. So times, no, go back. Like I said, I'll be showing you, I have my small laboratory here. I'll be showing you some of these substances because some of you may have never, go. Okay. Please go back. Biko, go back. Teen handlers. How many of us know what? If you have been in my class before, don't answer. If you have been in my class before, prof is laughing. Don't answer. How many of us know what this is? The cameraman should face it. How many of us know what this is? Quickly, time is of the essence. Students, I've heard the answer from one of you. I didn't say if you should talk. Yes, this side. The ones that are supposed to take care of them. What is this? Ma? Is it not being displayed? Look at it now. Oh, they are blocking you. Nah. Where will I stand that they will see? What is this? Edge control. Huh? You say yes. It looks like it. Three more seconds. What is this? You can't be 18. Okay, let me prove to you now that the children know. Students, what is this? 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Somebody say edge control. Crusher. You see, and this is the point I'm trying to make. The paraphernalia for using drugs now look like everyday equipment. So a student can carry this to your classroom and just keep it there, and you won't even know what it is. This is a crusher. They use it to make the weed smooth before they mow it and smoke it. That's what it is. And you see that they knew it. So students 1, teachers 0. Let's open them today. Let's show them something. Students, keep quiet, oh. Let's show them another one. If you have been in my class before, don't answer. Teen handlers. How many of us want this pen? I want to give this pen out. It was sent to me from US not too long ago. How many of us want this pen? It's a digital pen. Nobody wants my gift. How many of us want this pen? They are afraid. Okay, some people are saying it's not, it's not, it's not. Okay, what is it? Syringe. Students, don't form my hand, though. What is this? I had it here. What? Vape. Vape. Students 2, teachers. Look at the people you are training. They are the ones teaching you. It's a vape, electronic cigarettes. Electronic cigarettes. That's what it is. And look at how it's designed in the form of a pen. If I hung it on my neck and enter class, you say, this student, David is a good student. Look at it. It's an electronic cigarette. Electronic cigarette. You charge it with USB. And then it has different flavors. So if I smoke it here, it doesn't smell like tobacco. Because it has tangerine flavor, strawberry. It's like, auntie, is she a member? Different flavors. So, you want to see it? I should come there? Is there road here? Okay. So we see it. Huh? Just like a pen. It's an electronic cigarette. You charge it, Type-C charger. Look at it here. And then when you want to smoke it, you pull the out. Okay, it's even out. And then you can smoke it. So we need to pay attention to these things. The times and the seasons. Please, when my time is up, let me know. Because I know that... Oh, you see that I told you I can talk for 5 hours. I beg, help me. What is this? Students, keep quiet. What is this? Somebody say vitamin C. That's what I was waiting for. Vitamin C, Abi? Let's meet our students. Don't fall my hand, though. Students, what is this? Hey! Students 3. Somebody said it already. Molly. That's what it is. Molly. MDMA, Molly, or ecstasy. Look at it. So even if you check your student's bag and you see this, and then the student say, Mommy, it's because I had headache. They gave me vitamin C. You say, okay. and you don't know that he's taking hard drugs. Hard drugs. Molly, M-O-L-L-Y. M-O-L-L-Y. Look at it. Huh? Look at it. M-O-L-L-Y. Yeah? Some people still think it's vitamin C. Hmm? Huh? So are we seeing the things that our young people are playing with? And then when they take this one, they'll just be laughing. They'll be very excited. Very, very excited. And then some of us that are very spiritual will say that, the joy of the Lord is their strength. It's not the joy of the Lord, though. Huh? It is not the joy of the Lord. It's Molly. It makes people overly excited. So when you see people, especially females, just being excited over nothing, pay attention to it. We don't have time. I'll show you only maybe 2 more. I need an assistant here, please. Somebody should come. Yes, come. So that you also help me pack. How many of us, at least we know what this is, right? We know what this is, right? Okay, it's cough syrup. Because I'm tired of allowing them to go up and people are not getting anyone. We know that they get high on cough syrup, have you? The codeine in it makes them intoxicated. I'm looking for one before I shut this down because of time. What is this? White, smooth, like powder? Cocaine. That's cocaine. So this is about 1 gram of cocaine. It costs about 30,000 naira. What is this? Any teen handler that tells me what this is, I'll give you 20,000 naira. Nobody should talk from here. Anybody from here. And you have not been in my class before. What is this? They say they can't see. You have to put this thing down. Uh-huh. You say what? You say what? I'm hearing the answer. No, it's not a sniffer, yes? No, it's not a syringe. You say thermometer. It's not crystal meth. I have crystal meth that I'll show you. 3 more seconds. Let me tell you something about this thing. A woman sent, this is not Colos, I'll show you Colos. A woman sent this to me from Australia, that it was found in her son's wardrobe. Then she asked me that, is it a red flag? I said it is a red banner. You see how small this thing is? I know somebody that has used this to smoke 72 million naira. I'm not joking with you. This is a stem. This stem looks like what is used, big barrel, but it's not actually big barrel. It's stronger than it. It's not plastic, it's glass. This is what is used in smoking crack cocaine, one of the most addictive drugs known to man. This is what I struggled with for 7 years. So now, if you don't know it, and you see it in your student's bag or in class, there's no how you can provide first aid, because you don't even know what the person is holding. STEM, S-T-E-M. Somebody was brought to our rehab center. He was supposed to travel to Canada. They put the money of his proof of funds, 30 million naira, inside his account. Everything went through this thing in less than a month. Everything went through this. I know somebody that sold his parents' house in Jabi, in Abuja, with the grandmother inside. It's not a joke. The mama was inside. They came to tell her, oh yeah, they've sold the house, be going. They showed her the papers. He went to Transcorp Hilton and spent the money, 72 million naira, with this. So we should know what these things are. We should know what these things are. I'll soon close. Help me. What is this? Green and yellow capsule. It should be easy. I've heard the name. Somebody has said it. What is this? Tramadol. Thank you very much. Tramadol. So it's a prescription medication. It's used as a sedative, but yet it's abused. And there's somebody they're bringing to us from Ogun State now because of tramadol. He can't live, he can't function, he can't do anything if he doesn't take tramadol. He has been addicted to it for 12 years. 12 years. Yes, I'll soon tell you what to do, just to pack. There's something I'm actually looking for. Probably the last one I'll show them. What is this? Closely, looks almost like tramadol, but this is just blue. What is this? What is this? So this is Refnol. This is what is known as the date rape drug. So if I put this in your drink now, it's tasteless, it's odorless, it's colorless. You will forget everything that has happened this morning. You will forget everything that will happen for the next 3 hours. If I carry you from here to Zamfara and do whatever I want to do with you, you will not know. Not that you'll be sleeping, no. You'll be awake, but have zero sense of your environment. Zero sense of your environment. Refnol. Zero sense of your environment. And that is what, we had a case that had to go as far as the police commissioner's office in Enugu State here. There was a party, hold on. There was a party and a young girl in that party was sexually molested. Now, she couldn't remember who committed the act. Did she drink alcohol? No. Did she smoke marijuana? No. What happened? Somebody put this in her drink. So when the case went to the police, who do we arrest? She couldn't even remember the people that were in the party. But she woke up feeling pains in her vaginal area, and she knew that there was penetration. But she had no idea how it happened. This is what happened. So we need to know these things. Yes, we need to know these things. Give me my medicine. Or yeah, snap it quick, I'll give you. Refnol. Yes. Yes. You know the ones you see on social media, you see their tongue blue? And this is what it is. Yes, it does. It can. Most of the drugs attack the reproductive systems of... So let's go on, please. Let's go back. Have we gotten the videos now? Okay, so please play the first one of the guy when his before picture, when he was doing drugs, the one he was wearing red. I'll show you. Please, come and help me pack these things. Just pack everything back into this.
Your boy, Vijay Nanyo. Watching for you as your boy thought ODI man now.
We have work to do.
Your boy,
look at this guy. Look, everybody look.
Watching for you as your boy thought ODI man.
Look at this guy. This was where we went to pick him up in the market. I thank God that one of our staff, our trauma care specialist is here. She knows him. So you know that it's somebody I know. Look at him. Right? Please play it again one more time. Let them see him very well.
Your boy,
Are you seeing him? Can we see him?
For you as your boy thought ODI.
Okay, now play who he used to be before this, the picture.
How was the trip? He's one of your vendors.
Let's see the picture. Same person. Mama, am I lying? You know him. Same person. Now, when the drug use started small, this was somebody that used to go to church. This was somebody that used to go to school. All the people that were handling him, why didn't they nip it in the bud before he became that person who he is now? He's been with us for 9 months. When we went to pick him up from that market, you saw. Up till now, 9 months later, we have not returned him back to this. Let me show you somebody that I used to smoke with when I was doing drugs. Please show me the picture of the lady when she was doing drugs. Show me the picture of the lady. No, show. Okay, you have already done this, so no problem. Can we see her here? This is my friend, though. By the way, I have permission to use this for educative purposes. Can you see her? Is she not pretty? Okay, show her the other one. Same person. Same person. Same, the exact same person. I can go on and on and on showing you. This is somebody I also know. Now, this picture was taken in 2014 when I was also using drugs with her. So it's somebody I know very well. Also brought up in a, so one thing that unites most of us that do drugs, you see, a lot of people think that it's from people from bad homes. No, also brought up in a very good home, but look at how she turned. Last year, I was in Lagos in a conference. One of the vice chancellors from one of the schools in Enugu, universities in Enugu, we were praying with my team downstairs. And I got up and I saw almost 15 missed calls. I said, what's the problem? So I called him back. I said, Father, what's the hope all is well? He said, why haven't you been picking? We want to send 2 young ladies to your rehab now. I said, what's the problem? And he said, 2 of them overdosed in a hotel. Now let me tell you what happened. Guess what? It was holiday period. The 2 girls, one 19, one 21, both lied to their parents that they have a program in school. So the parents said they should go. They went into a hotel, locked themselves up, and started taking colos. I had colos, but because of time, I couldn't show you. Now, they were there. If the convener gives me time, I will show you. They were there for 3 days. Do you know what happened? One of the hotel staff just had this intuition that these people came here 3 days ago. They've not ordered for food. They've not ordered for water. They've not stepped out of the hotel. Nobody has come to visit them. You know, sometimes busybody is good, though, because it was busybody that saved those girls. So he went to knock on the door. Come. No answer. Come. No answer. So he went to the manager. Sir, these 2 girls lodged here. It's been 3 days. They didn't call restaurants for food or water. They didn't go out. Visitor did not come. So the manager went to knock on the hotel, on the room. Still no answer. They used the master key and opened it. Found both of them lying naked, passed out on the floor, with foam in their mouth. And then they were rushed to a hospital to revive them, to resuscitate them. The 21-year-old is about to graduate with 2-1. Listen, you can raise an intelligent drug addict. I came 4th in JAM, 4th, fact check me, 2002 JAM. Yet, I turned out to be a drug addict because nobody saw the signs early enough to provide first aid and to nip it in the bud. And the result of that was 7 years of me walking around the streets almost naked, begging for money to take drugs. So you see, we have a responsibility. I'll tell you one final story. They say I used to tell story too much. Should I tell the last story? I was invited to a church to speak. And then when I was speaking to the teenagers, there was a young girl who put her head down. So I went and I tapped her. I said, what's wrong? As soon as she looked up at me, I saw her eyes. I knew she was on drugs. Could it be my expertise? Could it be my experience using drugs? But I knew she was on drugs. So I pat her back. I said, okay, go back to sleep. Because that's not the time for me to start fighting her. Wake up! Wake up! The Lord is here. Don't miss your moment. No, that's not time for that. I put my hand back. I said, okay, go back to sleep. Then when I finished, I went to meet my host, which happens to be the head teacher of the teenage church. I said, there's a problem with one of the girls here. She said, what's the problem? I said, I think she's on drugs. She said, you can't say that. I said, why? She said, if her father should hear you. I said, I'm talking about a girl that is on drugs. You're telling me if her father should hear me. This is a 16-year-old girl. And she's suffering. And somebody needs to provide first aid to stop it from developing into a disorder. Do you know how many people are in rehab that will never come out of drug use? I said, don't tell me that. They say, the father is the pillars of this church. I said, I don't care. So, I don't even want to go into that. But you know churches that exalt people above the name of Jesus. They have special seats. After Holy Spirit is them. So I said, invite the parents. I want to talk. Because she's a minor. I don't want to talk to her alone. I don't do that. She has parents. If she was 18 and above, I was talking to her by myself. She's 16. Invite her parents. So the father and the mother came. And then, true to the word of the woman, as soon as I said it to the father, he got very angry. He said, how dare you insult my family name? So I said, sir, hold on. So the mother started begging him in their language. So the man, he now calmed down. He said, okay, young man, what do you have to say? I have where I'm going to. I said, let us hear from your daughter. So I called the daughter in. I told her, I said, nothing is going to happen to you. I didn't tell her as if I was asking her. I told her as a matter of fact that I knew she was doing drugs. And she broke down crying. She started crying. They said, why are you crying? I said, leave her to cry. She has been suffering. Leave her to cry. She cried and she cried. And she said, Daddy, it was uncle. This same father, high and mighty, the younger brother was deported from US. And then he came and started giving the girl marijuana. When he gives her marijuana, he now wants to have carnal knowledge of the 16-year-old girl. So remember Refnol that I showed you? He now started giving her Refnol. So he will get her high so that he takes over her innocence. Then he gives her Refnol to erase what has happened. How long has this been happening? 6 months. Under the nose of the same father that says he knows what he's doing. I faulted 2 sets of people here. The parents, number one. I said, you mean you didn't see the telltale signs? I saw this girl for the first time and I knew something was wrong. Don't tell me you didn't see it. Ignorance is not an excuse. 6 months? They've been pumping her with Reflon. Do you know we had to take her from that state to another state to write her WAEC? Because the trauma of that, she couldn't stay in that house anymore. We had to eject her. We moved her from there. I said, she will write her WAEC. She will get rehabilitated. She will write her WAEC. And if she has to leave this country, she will leave this country to start her life again. The second set of people I faulted were her parents, her teachers. Don't tell me that for 6 months, this girl was coming to school looking high every day. And nobody had anything to do about it. Nobody could provide first aid. Is that my time? Are you sure? So please, let's go back to our slides. Let's rush it. A lot of speakers that I respect a lot are waiting to speak, and I also want to learn from them. So let's go. Back to where we stopped. Yes, illegal drugs. Okay. Now, types of substances. Go back. No, go back. Yes. Types of substances. Yes. Legal, which includes alcohol, tobacco, prescription meds. Those are substances that you can buy and sell. Illegal, cannabis, cocaine, heroin. Misused, inhalants, cough syrups, painkillers. In Enugu here, we found a school where the boys would tell the girls to give them their used menstrual rags. Menstrual pad. Hey, put your... We found a school. They would tell the boys told the girls, your used menstrual rags, give it to us. They put it in nylon. And then when it has dried, after a few days, they inhale it to get high. So, are you seeing that we have a lot of work to do? Okay. Oh, yeah, all of you here, put your hands on your ear again. Put your hands on your ear. Look at you. Hey, put your hands on your ear. Do you know that these ladies that are saying, sir, how, sir? We also discovered some of them dip their tampons into ogogoro and insert it into their vagina to get high. Should I stop or I should continue? So these are unconventional ways of getting drugs that we have been discovering has been happening among young people. And we have to be the wiser. We have to. We have to. Please, let's go. Now, let's run through the slides very quickly. Let's go. So it goes from use to misuse and then addiction. Let's go. Impact of substance abuse on the individual. It causes health problems, mental health illnesses, poor decisions, family conflicts, financial strain, emotional distress. Community, crime, reduced productivity, and social breakdown. Let's go. Now, why does prevention matter? Listen, prevention is the key out of this mess. Prevention, early detection to provide first aid is the key out of this mess. Early prevention, prevention matters because early use increases addictions risk. Teenagers' brains are still developing. You see these ones here that are just laughing, their brains are not fully developed. Not these ones. Huh? They're not fully developed. So that is why you must practice prevention. Because if any of them, God forbid, start using substances at this age, it becomes a big problem because of the brain. We had somebody, again, our trauma care specialist, who know him. This guy was my classmate in Covenant University 20 years ago. As far back as then, he started smoking weed as a teenager. He was expelled from university, which I still fault that system, but that's a discussion for another day. Because I don't see why a person should have a problem, and instead of helping the person, you expel the person. Now, he was expelled from school that time, over 20 years ago, and he kept on using drugs from 20s to his 30s, while the brain, the frontal cortex, was not fully developed. When it eventually got developed, this young man could not make any decision for himself without smoking. If not, he will have to ask, including what he should eat. So if he doesn't smoke, he doesn't even know how to match colors when he's dressing. He will come and ask you, is it okay for me to sleep now? Because the brain needs the smoke for him to make decisions. Their brains are not fully developed. So you can't afford for them to fall into the trap of using substances. Prevention is cheaper and more effective than treatment. That's very self-explanatory. Treatment has become very expensive, with rehabilitation centers charging as high as 1 million naira per month. In Lagos, we found a place that is 3.5 million per month, and the place was filled up. And guess what? You are only paying for hope. Hoping that the person will get better, not that you are sure. Let's go. So everybody here should be a prevention expert. Prevent them close, listen with empathy, and provide the help that they need. Roles of first responders. Number one, identifying early warning signs. You can't finish from this training and not be able to identify the early warning signs. And do you know that is why we have graduated from even teaching you to creating peer advocacy models for them? Because they mingle with their peers more than you. They live with them. They go for break with them. They go for sports with them. They see first what is happening among their peers. Somebody starts smoking today. If it takes you 2 weeks to find out, you can save the person from becoming an addict. Provide support and guidance, and then refer to appropriate help. Sometimes, if it has passed what you can do, and the person needs professional help, make sure you make referral. Prof here has referred somebody, Prof is our Prof, Jasper, has referred someone to us from Lagos. And you can ask him the review of what they said. You can ask him. But if the person now said, oh, I can do it, you now jump out of your lane and say that you want to do it, sometimes you make the matters worse. So it's very important that you practice referral. Let's go very quickly. Signs and symptoms. This is an overview because this is a class on its own. When I told you that I can teach this for 5 hours, I wasn't joking. So if I'm taking signs and symptoms, I need 2 to 3 hours alone. But this is an overview, so we're going to be very quick. Number 1 is physical. Number 2 is behavioral. Number 3 is psychological. The physical signs, we should wake up. When we see that there's drastic weight gain or weight loss, pay attention. I didn't say that if you have a student in your class and the person has added weight, you say, ah! They told us, they told us, they told us. Hey! That's not what I said. Huh? But when you see it, when you observe, pay attention. Monitor the person. Call the person closer. Ask questions. When you see red eyes, bloodshot red eyes, pay attention. This is where the first aid begins. So, understanding the signs and symptoms. Even though the red eye, some of these children, they have found a way around it. Because when they smoke the igbo, they go and buy, I won't call the name so that they won't hear it. There's one medicine they go and buy. They will now put it as eye drop. It will now clear the red eye. Yeah. So physical signs. And then what about behavioral signs? Somebody you know that is under you, the person used to be very outgoing, very outspoken. All of a sudden, the person is quiet. The person has entered his or her shell. You have to ask questions. You have to pay attention. Why is it that the person becomes very irritable? The person can't regulate his or her emotions again. Listen, some of these symptoms are non-verbal. Don't wait for them to come and knock on your door and tell you, mommy, auntie, uncle, I'm using drugs. Because they won't. The young lady I told you about that was 16, did she tell me she's using drugs? I only looked at her and I knew. Some of them come to your office, even with the intention of telling you, but they can't open their mouth to speak. They are too ashamed. They don't know how to say it. But the moment they step in, you should pay attention to everything. From the very first step that they make, you start observing. And then psychological signs or symptoms. Please, let's go. So the physical signs include bloodshot eyes, like I said, poor hygiene. They become unkempt. Somebody that used to have swag, a teenager that likes to look neat, all of a sudden doesn't comb his hair or her hair. All of a sudden doesn't take care of his or her appearance. Weight changes. I already said that. Some drugs make you add weight. Some make you reduce weight. Another one is insomnia. Huh? When you start hearing them moving around, for those that live with them, at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., they are walking up and down in their room. Hey, they are not praying, no. Huh? Some of us are very religious. We say, the person is praying. We thank God. He's not praying. He cannot sleep because of the effects of drugs. That's insomnia. Frequent illnesses. Yes, let's go. Behavioral signs, absenteeism, sudden mood swings, secrecy, withdrawal from activities. Let's go. Psychological signs, there's anxiety, there's depression, there's paranoia, and there's confusion. Some of us don't even know when people are paranoid. It's paranoia. It's paranoia. The person thinks somebody is pursuing him when nobody is. The person is hearing voices, hallucination. The person comes to your office and when he enters the office and the door slams shut, he looks like this. You should know these things. Because if you don't know, you can't even provide the first aid. Let's go. Effects on the brain, it impairs decision making, it increases risk taking, it affects memory and learning. Now, I went to Lagos. I need to talk to Barrister Taiwo about this story. I went to Lagos, to a school, one of the biggest schools in Lagos, for the rich and the famous, because Wizkid's son is in that school. So I had a talk to the students about drug use. And then 3 of the female students came out to me. It's a mixed school. Again, immediately they started walking to me. It was a hall like this. I was standing at the back. As they started coming, I knew the one in the middle was using drugs. In fact, I suspected all three are using drugs, but I was sure about the one in the center. And then she came and she started crying. And I asked her what the problem is. She said she has never been able to tell anybody what she's about to tell me. I now said, but then why are you choosing to tell me? I wasn't even interested in what she wanted to say yet, because I knew. She said, because you seem very approachable. Some of us as teen handlers have become the lion of the tribe. So these ones cannot approach you. Somebody that met me for the first time said, sir, because of your approach, you look approachable. I said, okay, what's the problem? She said, I'm using cocaine. Then my heart did beam. Because every time, I'm a girl dad. I have 3 daughters. At that time when I was there, I had 2. But every time I see girls in substance use, it breaks my heart. She says, I'm using cocaine. So I was looking at her and I was trying to gauge her age. Huh? You know these children now, the kind of fertilizer they are feeding them with, they just grow. You can't know their ages. So in my mind, I was hoping she's 16 or 17. So I asked her, how old are you? She said, I'm 13. Now, so many things were running through my head that in a school like that, that was for the rich, how is it that she has access to cocaine in a boarding school? I said, how did it start? She says, I started 2 years ago. I said, 2 years? She said, no, hold on, sir. It started from me drinking Hennessy. I said, okay. How did you get the Hennessy? She said, it was in my father's wardrobe. Who is your father? She called the name of the father. I shook again. But you know when you are shaking, don't show them that you are shaking. No? Because if they see that you are shaking, they'll stop the story. So I continued smiling when she called the father's name. Popular politician. I call his name here. Everybody here will know them. Except you don't follow politics. So she said she found it in her father's wardrobe. And she started drinking. And then she shared it with her neighbor. Her neighbor now gave her marijuana. I said, where's your mother? Since your father is a politician in Abuja. He said, the mother is in Dubai. She's dealing with trading in gold, precious stones. I said, so who did they leave you with? She said, steward. I said, there you go, steward. Some of us, God has blessed us with riches, and then we use the riches to be a problem to ourselves. And that was how she started taking marijuana and then got introduced to cocaine. I now said, okay, in school here, how are you getting it? She says, sir, I'm not the only one. We have our ways. Of course, I knew what she was talking about. My heart broke. She pulled up her skirt to show me her thighs. Oh, these children. She had started self-harming. So you know what she was doing? She was using razor to cut her thighs because she had begun to hate herself because it has graduated from drug abuse to addiction. So she could not, she would do anything to get it. And when I say anything, I'm sure you know what I mean. Anything. So she now hated the person she had become. So she said in the night, they'll sit in a circle, then they'll start cutting themselves. Self-hate, self-harm. I invited one of my mentors in the field, set up an intervention. They said her kidney, one of her kidney was bad already. At the age of 13. At the age of 13. If her father had failed that, there are five principles of prevention. It starts from the home. But when we lose it in the home, the next line of defense is you all, teen handlers, teachers, educators, administrators, coaches, mentors. Some of us just carry nomenclature and we're doing nothing. Coach, mentor, doctor, apostle. What are you doing? Some of us teach in schools that they pay big money. And then let me even make this worse. I now told her, when I was talking to her, I said, why didn't you tell anybody? Why didn't you? Because this kind of school that they are paying in millions, you must have a professional counselor. Why didn't you tell your counselor? You know what she said? My counselor talks too much. Some of us, the young people who come and meet you, you have zero ethics of the profession. You will now use them as subjects to teach. You know Latif Jakande? He's using drugs. They will now become subject of staff room discussion. If you are doing that, stop it. If you are doing that, stop it. Stop it. These people count on you. They count on your confidentiality. They count on you to provide a way of escape for them. And then you are using them as subject of discussion. And now that girl had to go to judge. You are not the judge of the world. Don't judge. Listen. Listen. And listen again. Let's go. Building trust. Be consistent. These people, these ones, they need to know that you're consistent in your ways. Be confidential. I put something there within limits. Ma, somebody has come to my office before, I don't know if I told you, and said he had just shot somebody. So that one, the confidentiality doesn't, so that when anti-kidnapping squad will come, they won't come and carry me together. So there's limits of confidentiality as well. There are certain things that a person will be doing that you have to let the person know that to save you, I can't keep this to myself. We need to get other people to know about it. This might even be your parents. Are you listening? Do you agree with me? Good. So, be confidential within limits. Show genuine care. These people are smarter than us. Somebody was saying it yesterday because of the digital age and the analog age. They can see you from miles away. When they know that you don't care, they know. And the moment they think you genuinely don't care, they shut down. They shut down. And then you lose them. So there's no first aid to provide. Let's go. Active listening. Listen without interrupting. Ah, sir, good morning, sir. Yes, how are you? So my friends and I went out yesterday and somebody brought out cigarettes. Somebody brought out cigarettes! Keep quiet. Let the person talk. If only God will show some of the things us were doing to them, you won't be able to judge them. Reflect back on what you hear. Think about it. Ask open-ended questions. Don't ask questions that put them in a box that has only one answer. Then you say, you're not answering me. Okay, you're not answering me. Well, you have asked them something that has only one answer. And you know the answer and they know the answer. Let's go. What to say? I am concerned. Help me understand. Stop blaming. Stop threatening. See, scare tactics does not work in prevention. Is it scare tactics? You see those old ways that our parents told us. Where are the ladies here? How many of you do your parents tell you that if your hand brush a guy's hand, you get pregnant? You see those people that they told. Should I tell you what happened with them? Their parents sat them down and said, remember the daughter of who you are. When you go out, don't touch anybody. If your hand touch a boy, you get pregnant. So they became very careful. So they made sure their hand did not touch a boy. The way this auntie is looking at me, let me move forward. Her eyes just piercing me. So they made sure they did not touch a boy. But what now happened is that one day, sir, please stand up. Just walk towards me. One day they were in a hurry and they were going in the market. Then they were walking, coming. Hey, they are going, they go, hey! I've gotten pregnant. Sit down. Hold on. Then they will now go back home and they'll be shaking. Then their period will come. They say, my period came. Then another period will come. Then 9 months will pass. Then they didn't give birth. You know what they'll now say? Mommy and daddy is a liar. Now, you know the problem with that? Huh? They will now say, okay, if my hand brushed this uncle and I didn't get pregnant, what else can I do? And I'll not get pregnant. And that's how clap will become, thank you. That's how clap will become dance. So avoid scare tactics. Stop telling these people that if they smoke, they will die. When they can see Davido smoking a big jumbo on the football field, and he has private jet, he's carrying trauma everywhere. Stop telling them that. You tell them that you smoke, you will go mad, and they are seeing Burna Boy. He's smoking openly, and nothing happened to him. Then you have lost them. They won't listen to you. So avoid scare tactics. I just brought that in. Don't threaten and don't label them. Stop labeling them. Let's go. So motivational approach. For those of us who have a little bit of psychology background, which I think everybody, go to Udemy, their courses, go to Coursera. You don't have to go to school and start again. You don't have to do a master's or a PhD. Take short courses on psychology if you want to help these ones. Motivational approach, encourage self-reflection, highlight consequences, support small positive steps. Yes. Prevention strategies, education. So you must learn how to provide evidence-based education. Let me tell you something. For those of you that are school owners, I don't know if we have school owners here. I know we have administrators. Your school must be drug-proof. There's something called school-based drug abuse prevention. Do you know that school I was talking about in Lagos? That girl was? Sir, from my hotel to the school, do you know what the clubman said? He said, Oga, is this school that they are smoking banner you are going to? Now, do you understand what I'm trying to say, sir? That means a taxi man knew that that school was prone to substance use. A taxi man knew that the school had a problem with substance use. Sir, yet the school did not know. The leadership did not know. The management did not know. Life skills training. Barrister talked about soft skills yesterday. Problem-solving skills. Communication skills. He said something and I learned very well. He said he doesn't tell his son not to talk to strangers. I say, and I've been teaching my daughters not to talk to Ingwanu, will start talking to strangers. So long as it's in a controlled environment, not in isolation. People are there. So and sir, do you know that when you spoke yesterday, you were ministering to me? I'm a socially awkward person. Ask her. It's because she's my friend, we can talk. You leave me here now, enter this floor. Socially awkward, because my parents told me not to talk to strangers. And that could have also been part of my issues with drug use, because I wasn't even able to talk to anybody about my challenges. Because when I first got introduced in Covenant University, 2003, yes, second set, 2007, economics. When I was introduced, I didn't tell anybody. I went back to my hostel and lay down on my bed, and I was thinking about it. I couldn't talk to anybody about it. All communication skills. Assertiveness. Are you teaching them assertiveness? Problem-solving skills. How to discern commercials and adverts. It's very important. Because these advert executives pay millions of dollars to trick these ones. I'm the chairman of the board of trustees, Associates Against Alcohol Harm in Nigeria. Millions of dollars are spent on alcohol adverts to convince these ones to drink alcohol. Your duty is to let them know that those adverts are false. Do you know what they do? They get somebody in a beautiful Mercedes, wearing nice chain, with 3 yellow girls, and then he's drinking. And then somebody who wants to drive Mercedes will think, I have to drink to be like that. That's how the brain works. Part of your responsibility to tell them that it's false. Why don't they use those ones that are falling inside gutter as adverts? I don't know they are customers. I don't know they are number 1 customers. Those ones falling inside gutter. Have you ever seen them on beer advert? On Star advert, you see somebody in gutter and they say, Star is life. Five minutes, maximum 10, I'll be done. Yes, let's go. Parental involvement, very important. Include parents in the prevention. Yes, quick. Building resilience. I wrote a book on resilience last year. Raising the resilient child. It will be good for all of us to have it. Teach coping skills. Encourage healthy relationships. Promote self-esteem. Some of them, their self-esteem is so low. Sometimes as a result of the family they came from. It's your duty to promote that self-esteem. Let's go. Quick. Peer pressure resistance. Also very true. All of them are facing peer pressure. Now, the type of peer pressure we're hearing is the peer pressure that they are paying money for. One day we found out that even here in Enugu, they tell people to bring what they call fresh meat. They say it in Igbo, but I can't call it. But when I ask the meaning, they say it means fresh meat. So they look for people who have never smoked before, pay them as high as 25,000 to experiment with them on new drugs. So they get them into a hotel. They tell them, we just made this, smoke it, and they watch the effect. Okay. The guy, no, not too much. Okay, let's reduce this. So they now infiltrate some of these young people through their friends, and they tell you, we'll give you 20K. Just come and smoke. Just smoke. Role play scenarios. We do that in our rehabilitation center. Teaching refusal skills. Most of the problem these people have, some of them, is that they don't know how to say no. And the reason is because they don't know how. Because you have not taught them how to say no. There's a way to say no. There's a way you say no and you are still inviting the person. So you have to teach them to say no boldly, confidently, and authoritatively. Yes, let's go. We're almost done, I believe. Healthy alternatives include sports, arts, mentorship programs, yes. Supportive environment, safe school policies, positive reinforcement, and clear rules, yes. My time is up. Intervention basics, act early, stay calm, be supportive. Let's say this together, 1, 2, 3, go. Yes, let's go. Safe intervention, choose the right time, ensure privacy, and avoid confrontation. Most of these things are repetitions of what I've said in other words. Yes, let's go. Are we sharing the slides with them, ma? Yeah, so you can, if there's a platform where they belong to, you can share. When to refer. Now listen, when there's persistent use, please refer to an accredited mental health professional. Yesterday, Ministry of Health came to our rehabilitation center. They said, well done, good and faithful servants. You are doing a good job. So look for the ones that are accredited, people that have license and are practicing best practices, health risks, and behavioral deterioration, then you refer. So when you see people persistently using, don't continue counseling. That's not what they need. They need proper rehabilitation. Yes, let's round up, we're done. Referral options, counselors, rehabilitation centers, support groups, let's go. We have counseling here today. Nigeria has a poor counseling. You need somebody to talk to, and somebody is saying go for free, and you're not going. What's the problem? Do you know how much these things cost abroad? And somebody is saying it's not for free. You are just not paying for it. If you don't know, somebody else is paying for it. Counseling, yes, let's go. High-risk situations, overdose, severe behavioral changes, self-harm tendencies. That's what leads to suicidal tendencies as well. Yes, let's go. Post-intervention support, there must be follow-up. So you see, when I said I could talk for 5 hours, this in its own self is also for you people, and it's also a 2-hour teaching. Encourage treatment adherence, family involvement. Yes, let's go. Legal considerations, duty of care, mandatory reporting, confidentiality limits. Again, let's go. Ethical guidelines, respect dignity. Respect dignity. Do no harm, maintain professionalism. Let's go. Cultural factors, beliefs about substance use. We had somebody, please, I have to tell my last story. Sir, in rehab, this guy was deported from Europe. They brought him to rehab. I was in Ghana for a conference. They called me that the father came and smuggled alcohol into, or tried to smuggle alcohol into the rehab. He put it inside the cooler of the rice that he was bringing for him. And when they start, because if you are bringing food, they check, they will even ask you to test it. They found the alcohol inside. Baba, why are you bringing alcohol? He got angry. He said, in our place, cultural beliefs, every man must drink alcohol. So every man must drink alcohol. That's why your son is in rehab. We have somebody that has been to rehab 10 times. I'm not joking. Do you know what he told me? He said when they were small, the father used to line them up and be giving them alcohol. Now that father is late, died of liver cirrhosis. The guy has been in rehab 10 times at the age of 26 because of cultural factors, beliefs about substance use, family influence, social norms. Yes, let's go. Addressing stigma, another topic. Use respectful language. Don't use derogatory terms on them. Educate communities, promote recovery stories like the ones I've told you. Yes. Family dynamics, a lot of families are the problems we have. But we can't go into that. Engage parents, provide psychoeducation, provide guidance, encourage open communication. All of this includes it's a part of the first aid. Yes. Case study, we can't go into that because of time. Go. Key takeaways. Early detection saves lives. Let's say that together. Number 2. Number 3. Now change it to prevention is my responsibility. 1, 2, 3, go. Say it like you mean it. Yes. Thank you very much, madams and mademoiselles. How do they say it in French? Thank you all very much. I had a great time.
I don't understand. You're not clapping like you're excited. This is quite holistic. I'm telling you, every aspect was taught. At some point, I got carried away. I don't know how many pages you copied. Were you even writing? I noticed some people were not writing. You don't understand what just happened. This man squeezed 5 hours into 50 minutes. That's not 50, it was more than that. We just want to say thank you. Teen handlers, I know after today, you would know that you've been a novice. Do you know that all those drugs he showed us, I didn't recognize any of them? In fact, when he said edge control, I was so embarrassed because that was what I said inside of me. And then when he said pen, I said pen too. Like, why are you calling pen a drug? And then I discovered that I've been naive. Who knows how many people that have been doing drugs in front of me? And I'm like, go girl, I like your pen. You know? So this is eye-opening. Thank you so much. He said a whole lot of things. But the most important one for me is that we should be in the know so we can identify and help. And early interventions are better. He also talked about the place of professionalism. I do know that the greatest challenge of students reaching out to teachers is the idea of confidentiality. We had a lot of cases like that when I went to school. Students are always reluctant to lean on teachers because whatever they tell you, somehow you go to the staff room and you make it a gist. So with that, students are not excited, you know, to meet teachers. So I think you should also look in that direction. And I want us to take advantage of the speaker. If you have cases like this in your school, it's important that you invite him and he comes to your aid. Most importantly, to create safe spaces in our schools, he should be invited as consultant to help you design curriculums that will address these issues. And if you're a student here and you already have a case like this, today you're free to meet him and talk with him. I think you're not here by accident. This is God's grace. It's a chance for you to come up from whatever has been troubling you. I hope you're having a nice time. I am having a nice time. If you have a question, please raise your hand. When you indicate, I will count you. If I have just 4 persons, I will go to the next item on the list. Just 2 questions. 1 question. Okay, do we have a question? This man has done justice to this. Listen, I have a full note, an extra. He did a good job. But then I expect you to ask a question. Even if it's out of this field, quite personal, but personal enough to be shared. Any question? Are you raising your hand, ma'am? No? Okay. Okay. Oh, sir. Okay. We have, can you take the mic to him? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm Gideon from Living Faith Church, and I'm the Teens Coordinator. It's not like a question, but it's a plea. These are sensitive information. It's quite overwhelming. I really want to plead, especially identifying these substances. If we can see, maybe, I don't know what is in it. If we can see this stuff, because it's very important that we note these substances, know them. We have to know them, especially the one I saw here. Obviously, a million times I'm going to answer is vitamin C, because it looks very much like a vitamin C. Quite a lot of them. I think I was only able to identify just like 2. So please, I really want to plead that maybe we can have a pictorial representation of these substances to notify them, because this is going to help us. Every Sunday, I teach the teenagers, I pastor them, I see them, But you see, I just realized that we have huge responsibilities on our hands. So please, I really want you to do something about that. Thank you.
Coach David. Hold on. He's bringing the mic.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So what we'll do is we'll provide some of these substances in pictorial forms with their labels, and then we'll also share. I hope there's you have their details. Yes. So we'll share that with you. The only other alternative is too late now. Would have displayed the ones I brought, and then maybe people can look through. But the labels are not even there. So how are we going to now? Exactly. So we're going to get them in pictorial form, put them with the slides, and share with everybody.
Thank you. I am particularly interested in this. I said I couldn't guess any of the drugs correctly. So it's important we know all this. Where's the convener? Amara Amos is supposed to address us for a second. While we wait for her, can we see our sponsors one more time? Can you do that? Why she walks to the stage. Our sponsors for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, David, for always delivering. Please, can we put our hands together one more time for him? So I needed to let us know, because when we started this event this morning, a lot of us were not here. Yesterday was more of awareness, all right? And today is more practical, applicable tools that you can use. So like I said on the first day, it's a technical meeting. So we didn't come to just talk and then we just get hyped up and then we go. So while they are talking, you're not just listening to what they are saying, you're listening to other things that they are saying that they're not saying. Like David had talked about the fact that when the child comes to you and wants to say something and you now go, ah! He might just say it and they will just laugh about it. But you've taken the point. When they come, you keep your calm down. I have a child in this room. She's in third year university. One thing she always tell me every single time she sends me a message during her birthday, she'll say, when I came to you the first time, and that's because over the years I have worked with young teenagers, and so I understand these things, and the trainings we're exposed to. I came to you, I told you I was having issues with masturbation, and she was waiting for the next response. And I said, any other thing? Ma, did you hear what I just said now? I said, yes. You're having issue with masturbation. The truth is that, I'm going to talk about that in a few, maybe in the next couple of hours later when I have my session, that these things are common with them. But to us, it's not common. Why? Because the world they live in, they have been exposed to these things. So it's common to them. So we are not the ones that will tell ourselves how best do we support them. Before, when I was a bit younger, when you wear mini skirts, your neighbor will chase you back into the house. Now, pants, I was flying, I saw somebody wearing swimming trunk. And to be honest with you, it didn't look awkward in my eye because I've seen it and seen it and seen it and seen it. It has become more like normal. But that's because of the world that they've been exposed to. So I particularly came up here to talk to you. Now, you're not in this room because we want you to be in this room. You're occupying seats for my team handlers. You're in this room because we see you as important persons in this journey. We know that there's some things that your peers can tell you, they won't tell us. Some conversations you can have in your classes, in your schools, that can escalate, that they won't tell us, we wouldn't know about. Because, yes, you're always together. We're in our staff room, you're always together. You're here because we want you to know that you have been chosen carefully by your schools to represent us as peer ambassadors. What does that mean? It means that when you hear something, you say something. Because if you don't say something, we lose more of you. It is not in your schools, they call it snitching. Are you snitching on somebody? That person you snitched on will thank you in 20 years' time. You see David talking about someone that he knew as a friend what she was like and what she became. Imagine if someone snitched on her. She won't be where she is today. So when they call you a snitch, smile and say, I'm saving our ward. It is not, you're not snitching, except you're maybe... These children, they affect you. You might not know. You might not know. So you're hearing this as they are hearing it because we want you to have an edge over other kids in your classroom. Are we together? Now you have an edge. And the Bible says something. If you know something and you don't, you say if you, he who, to him is a sin. He who knows what to do and refuses to do it, to him is a what? Sin. There's anyone in Old Testament that talked about the blood of somebody on your head. So if someone is going wrong and you refuse to tell the person the person's blood will be on your head when the person dies. So you're privileged to be here because we want you to hear what they are hearing. Not to say, that's how she used to behave. Are we together? Nah, that is why we don't like going to her. No. We are also telling you, in case you see something, you see someone sniffing things, you say, this boy, fugo. And then, no, you go to a teacher that you know is here, that have been trained. So you will have to be very patient today. If you want to collect all the tools, no rush. You gotta say, Chiamaka needs help. Because if we lose you, we have lost one. If I die now, forget it. You won't lose anything. I have 4 children. My children will continue. But if we lose you, we have lost everything. Are we together? We have lost practically everything. But you're not losing me. So please, we need you. So in this room, we're going to inaugurate every one of you as our peer support ambassadors. That's huge. That means you have taken an oath to look out for someone in your classroom, for someone in your school. If you always see someone leaving the school every single day, but they came to school, they will sneak out and leave, come back around 2, and follow their parents and go home. You report. Not because you're trying to snitch on them, but because you know that that person can be a Mr. David. That person can be a me. That person can be a Mr. Jasper. That person can be a Mrs. Onyekachi of tomorrow. Because we won't be here forever. One day we'll sit down. There's some mothers here who are my mother's age. My mom should be about 67, who are here, and they are listening. Tomorrow, me too, I will sit like them, and will listen to you. But we will listen to nothing if we lose all of you to drugs, lose you to suicide, lose you to masturbation, because for masturbation, then it starts trickling down, lose you to a lot of vices that are thrown at you. So I needed to prepare your mind for that. Then secondly, we have Barrister Taiwo's books. So you know, we must have the culture of reading. We have to. Get his books at the back. David, are your books here? David doesn't like going out with his book. I don't know why. And then there are questionnaires here. So please, we'll pass some questionnaires to all of us so we can be able to respond. So we'll pass some questions around so you can fill out the questionnaire so we can be able to generate data we'll use to also support you in the future. Thank you very much. Sit tight. A lot is coming your way. Please put your hands together one more time for Ndidi Duro.
Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying yourselves, right? You're not talking to me anymore. Okay, just to be sure we're on the same page. I will invite the next guest. His name is Barrister Taiwo Akinlami. He will talk to us on design.
Meet our convener, Mr. Taiwo Akinlami, Africa's renowned family attorney. Mr. Taiwo Akinlami is a meet our convener, Mr. Taiwo. Meet our convener, Mr. Taiwo Akinlami, Africa's renowned family attorney. Mr. Taiwo Akinlami is a trailblazing innovator in family strengthening, child safeguarding and protection, and a leading parenting ideologue whose influence spans Africa and beyond. Mr. Akinlami's meet our convener, Mr. Taiwo Akinlami, Africa's renowned family attorney. Mr. Taiwo Akinlami is a trailblazing innovator in family strengthening, child safeguarding and protection, and a leading parent ideologue whose influence spans Africa and beyond. Mr. Akinlami's work is deeply personal, rooted in his own early experiences of abuse and the healing journey that inspired him to dedicate the last 23 years to advancing child safeguarding and protection, and the rights of our precious children. Today he stands as one of Africa's most respected voices shaping policy, reforming systems, and empowering families. Meet our convener, Mr. Taiwo Akinlami, Africa's renowned family. Meet our convener, Mr. Taiwo Akinlami, Africa's renowned family attorney. Mr. Taiwo Akinlami is a trailblazing innovator in family strengthening, child safeguarding and protection, and a leading parenting ideologue whose influence spans Africa and beyond. Mr. Akinlami's work is deeply personal, rooted in his own early experiences of abuse and the healing journey that inspired him to dedicate the last 23 years to advancing child safeguarding and protection, and the rights of our precious children. Today he stands as one of Africa's most respected voices shaping policy, reforming systems, and empowering families.
It virtually. But by the time we looked at the date, it turned out to be that I'm going to be able to be around. Excuse me, please. One house at the back. One house. There should be no conference inside conference, right? One house. I beseech you by the mercies of God. Madam, you can share those things later if it's going to be causing distraction, right? Please collect those forms, don't fill them yet. We need all of your attention, right? Are we together? Please listen to me. So it turned out that I'm going to be here, and for me, nothing happens by happenstance. Nothing happens by accident. It is ordained. It is pre-planned. Because everything that is happening today was once ordained, right? So nothing happens to you in life by chance, right? And so I'm glad that I'm here. I had a conversation with you yesterday where I was using my life story to deal with the subject matter that I was asked to address. Today I'm going to be a bit technical because I read law. I was called to the Nigerian bar on the 28th of September 1999. I was 29 years old when I was called. And I have chosen, before I was called, I had an encounter in 1997, February 16, 1997. I was in my room when I committed my life to the Lordship of our Lord Jesus Christ. And you see, what happened to me that day, that week, was that, I've led a very wayward, irresponsible life because of the childhood that was delivered to me. Because messed up childhood is going to produce dysfunctional adult. So as an adult, I was an adult, but yet a child. Now, if you go to the English dictionary today, check the word children. One of the things you will find is an adult who behaves like a child. So, which means being 18 or above 18 does not confer maturity on you. Maturity is not a function of age. It's a function of preparation. That is why the English dictionary says a children includes an adult who behaves like a child. So someone wrote in the book that I read, said, when I was a child, I thought as a child. So there's a way children think. Right? I spoke like a child. There's a way children think. When I became an adult, I threw away childish things. Now, it takes becoming an adult to throw away childish things. But it's important to note that you don't become an adult as a reason of age. The age of Methuselah, as we often hear, has nothing to do with the wisdom of Solomon. If age is a factor of production, the oldest person in Nigeria will have been the president. The youngest person will have been the gateman, and the other person will be the chief executive officer. It doesn't work that way. The way it works is that life rewards you according to your contribution. Are you getting what I'm saying? And so because of that, it's important for us to keep in mind that I turned 18. I was still a child. So I had delayed childhood for another 9 years. So it was at the age of 27 that I became a person of faith. And when I became a person of faith, it was clear to me that my parents made fundamental mistakes in raising me. I was malfunctioning. I was a dysfunctional adult, and I did not know. So if you were not here yesterday, you need to get my conversation yesterday because I don't want to repeat what I said yesterday. And so when I was supposed to have become an adult, I was yet a child, terribly messing up. What I felt, what I touched, what I saw, determined how I lived. You can't live only by the reason of your senses. And that's how I lived. I drank, I'll be drunk. And I will vomit, I will sleep inside my vomit. I'll be drunk, I'll be licking Tom-Tom or buttermint. There'll be no saliva in my mouth to lick it. Now, when I was drinking, I did not have, so when we went out, somebody would say, I only drank Gouda. So which means, that's the way they used to control their drinking. So if you say you drink Gouda, if Gouda is not available, it means you won't drink. So what do you drink? I drink Star. It means if Star is not available, you won't drink. I trained myself to drink everything. I didn't have any brand that I drank. I drank anything available, including Burkutu. You can't know Burkutu now. Burkutu is you know Sapele water. And that's Ogogoro. I drank that. Then you now know Burkutu. Burkutu is home brew potion. I drank that one too. I could drink anything, right? Because my father drank. Are you getting it? And so I drank I started tasting beer at a very tender age. Maybe age 11, 12, or thereabouts, or even earlier. I started smoking earlier because my father smoked. The first cigarette I smoked was the butt of the one that my father dropped. And so that was the life I led from that childhood till I was 27. Oh, I was anything under skirts. Anything. I'd lost my virginity at the age of 6. That's the year I started primary school. Because my mother went to the market, or my father went to work, they left me with a woman who was a neighbor. And this woman would strip a 6-year-old naked and do with a 6-year-old what a woman should do with a man. And so before I knew it, my sexuality was awoken. And so when we were playing as children, hide and seek, we were seeking other things. And one day I was caught with another child, and, my parents beat the living daylight out of me, not knowing that that thing that I was doing was because I've been exposed. And you see, my mother died at the age of 67 in 2009. My father died that same year. They never heard my story. They never knew what I went through. This woman would be playfully telling me, my husband, my husband. And my parents took it on the face value. His husband. And that's why today I can't stand any adult calling a child husband or wife. I can't stand it. Because I know what it can mean. 2 children are not husband or wife. No, I have a 4-year-old. Nobody can tell my 4-year-old that he's the husband of another child. He's not a husband, he's a child. Don't bring into his consciousness what he's not ready for. He's not a husband, he's a child. Are you getting what I'm saying? And so, my life was, by the time I became an adult, I was already introduced to sex very early. So I started very early. By the time I left home, I knew all the prostitute joints in Lagos. I knew the ones in Ondo, where I grew up. I couldn't just put myself together. And if after a while I ventured into pornography, oh my God. Not only that, I now added masturbation. And it was terrible. But when I became 27, please listen. Now, these things, I do not say them with a sense of pride. I say them with a sense of shame. I'm able to talk about them now because it's my past. It's not something you should consider as a young person. Don't consider it. It's not going to end well. It did not end well for me. Oh, you say, but you are here. You are not a lawyer. Now, I will tell you how it did not end well for me. I will tell you now. But before I say that, let me say the things I want to say now. So, my life was that roller coaster mess. Anything available. Think about any sexual pervert, apart from sleeping with animal and incest. I think I've tried it. Apart from animal and incest, anything. Prostitutes, the one on the road, the one inside, it was a big mess. And so, what about the conversations I had with girls? If I met a girl, the conversation, because I didn't have time for pleasantries, is to ask the direct question, do you do this? If we meet at a party, if what I'm saying sounds awkward to her, I know she's not in my tribe. I don't want to waste time. Because I want to ask you questions. Within 2 or 3 conversations, if you are a very bad girl. If you are a bad girl, when I ask you those questions, once you answer me, I know that, oh, we are together. If you don't answer me, so let me say something. So think about any sexual perversion, apart from incest, animal, and rape. It's important that, because I've never raped anybody in my life, yeah? So it's important that I put that out there. Incest, sleeping with animal, and rape, right? Just think about other ones that I've tried with people. What about anal sex? Yes, boy to boy. I've done that. I did that when I was growing up. Now note that all of these things, when I became a person of faith, listen to me. You need to listen to this. Because I say, when I was in 500 level, listen, oh, young people, don't be derailed by what I'm saying because I'm going somewhere. When I was in 500 level in law, I'd become a person of faith in my 400 level. And so I was speaking to a young boy who just came to school. He was in 100 level. Because from the day I became a Christian, I went from class to class to tell people that you need to give your life to Christ. I became an evangelist a day after I became a Christian. Now you are in 500 level. So he said, where did you say you became a Christian? I said 400 level. He said, okay, let me go also and enjoy myself. Let me go also and enjoy myself. I will drink, I will smoke, I will do all of those things. In 400 level, I'll give my life to Christ. I said, okay. I said, you just missed it now. This is my own story. Who told you you are going to live up to 400 level? Do you know how many people we started together who are now dead? Do you know how many people we started together who are now dead? When I tell you if I were dead, life would have been fair because I know many people who are dead. Who died? We went to smoke pawpaw in secondary school, pawpaw. Pawpaw leaves. We'll dry it and go and smoke it in the bush. One boy smoked it and ran mad from there. He just lost his mind and we ran away. He just lost his mind. So I said, so don't use my story. I'm where I am now by God's mercy and grace. Don't go and try what I've tried. Then let me tell you why I didn't come out. It didn't end well for me. Secondly, when I became a person of faith, my mind was a war room, completely messed up. I would sit in church and my mind would go haywire. If I look at a woman, I can think about 1 million things that I can be doing with her. My mind was messed up. You see, it's been messed up since age 6. I've lived in that rehearsed messed up for 21 years. Are you getting what I'm saying? So I became a person of faith. It was as if becoming a person of faith was going to lead to immediate transformation, but it did not happen like that. And so one day I got tired. I'm telling you why it didn't end well. Right? I got tired. So I went to meet the man who introduced me to the church. I said, from today, I'm not coming again. My mind is too messed up. I need to go back to who I used to be so that I could be saved. So the man told me something that changed my life. He said, well, if you choose to go back, I honor the father you came to tell me. His name is Mr. Olakunle Shoriyan. He's a pastor. Olakunle Shoriyan. He said, I'm glad that you came to tell me that you want to leave, but you see, if you are going to make a difference in your life, you need to fight. It's the battlefield of the mind. You need to fight. You need to mind. You cannot lose your childhood and lose your adulthood. And so I began to fight. I'm still fighting till today. But you see, this difference is that I am not where I used to be, but I'm not yet where I want to be. Now, I'm dealing with issues on a daily basis, issues of my mind, which I did not need to deal with if they were not there. You can't recover from what you have not suffered. When we say personal recovery, you need to understand. Minimize what you suffer, so that you can minimize what you recover from. No recovery leaves you where it met you. Are you following what I'm saying? Minimize what you are exposed to. You see, you can't be tempted by what you have not seen. You can't be tempted by what you have not felt. That's what the book that I read says. You can't be tempted by what you have not exposed to. Don't get into porn, because once you get into it, now your mind has photographic brain. Your mind is everybody has photographic brain. That's what the man who wrote the book titled Gifted Hands. You know the person who wrote the book Gifted Hands? Ben Carson. That's what he said. He said, your mind is photographic. Whatever is stored into your mind remains there forever. So today, I fight battles. I cannot leave my mind to my default. My default is messed up. You say, but you are a Christian, yes. My default. I don't leave my mind to default. I don't allow my mind to wander, because it can wander into many things. I don't. I mean wander. Not to wander, not W-O-N-D-E, but wandering, just in the air. No. My mind is always occupied with stuff. And I try to be conscious of it, because if I'm not conscious of it, I can be thinking about other things that I should not think about. Are you getting what I'm saying? And so I'm still fighting today. You see, let me now tell you what happened. There is a pastor friend that I have. He never smoked. He never drank. He never related with a woman. He married as a virgin, right? His life is different because he doesn't fight the battles that I fight. Are you getting it? His temptation is different. My own temptation is different. So I advise my teenage self, don't do all this. If I'm to advise my teenage self, I would say, don't do these things. You shouldn't have done these things. But now I did those things. I'm not proud of them. Are you getting it? So my advice to you is that don't do those things, because you sentence yourself to a lifetime of recovery. A lifetime of what? A lifetime of what? And let me tell you something. Recovery is very costly. Recovery is what? Costly. That's why today in the medical field, they are looking at health more than they are looking at recovery. They are looking at what? Health. Eat healthy. When I turned 55, I resorted to intermittent fasting. Why? Because I'd gone to see the doctor. I was diagnosed for borderline diabetes. I was told I was borderline diabetic. I was told that I had hypertension. They gave me loads of medication, loads like this. And I looked at myself. I had my first child at the age of 51. I have a small boy to raise. How long am I going to live on this medication? Every day I was to take like 6 or 7 medications. Every day. I just burst into tears. I was asking myself, how did I drive myself to this point that I'm going to be living on tablets? Prescribed by I've seen cardiologists, I've seen nephrologists, I've seen all the gist. I've just seen many people. Are you getting it? I've seen my general practitioner who said I should go and see a cardiologist. I've seen a cardiologist who said I should go and see a nephrologist. Nephrologists are the doctors who deal with kidney. And so I started reading up. I said, I can't live like this. Then I caught the idea of intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting is that if you abstain from certain food, if you give yourself some space in terms of what to eat and how you eat, healing can come, right? And so I resorted to that. Well, so when I turned 55, I decided I'm going to eat only 4 hours a day, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. every day. And I'm going to eat 1 meal, and I can snack. I decided every Sunday I will stop eating at about 8 o'clock, and I won't eat my next meal until Tuesday, 12 noon. So throughout Monday, I'll do water fasting. I did that for 3 months. I went back to check. Everything was fine. Now, today, I'm not on one medication, not one. I take food supplements. I take vitamins. But I'm not on any other medication. So now I eat once a day. I'm going to eat my first meal now, 3 p.m. today. It's 1 main meal per day. And I will snack. And I don't snack on everything. I travel with my snack. I eat a lot of, natural snacks like seeds, like almond seed, cashew nut. I try granite, but not too much, because I used to eat a lot of granite. Now, because, see, what am I saying to you? It's better to be in health than to be in discovery and to be in recovery. So what am I saying to you? Minimize what exposes you to recovery. Minimize it. Are you getting what I'm saying? And so let me get into today very quickly, and I can assure you I'm going to do it quickly. Yeah. Now, how many of you enjoyed the conversation that Coach David had with us? How many of you? No, if you enjoy it now, let me see your hand. Young people, you did. You did, sir. You came here to cover this program. So you're going to give us an iron, or we're not going to pay your balance because, because you have now benefited from our program. Okay. No, put up your hands if you. So just say to him, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. For sharing from the abundance of your heart. You see, it takes the deep to connect to the deep. And this is one thing I want you to do. Do you know the way you can say thank you to him, really, is to make it a point of duty to practice those things he spoke about. Make it a point of duty. Decide. Let today be a reference point in your own diary of change. Are you getting it? So I practice law, and my focus in law is social protection. My focus in law is what we call public interest law. I'm interested in how law affects society. That's my profound interest, primary interest. And that was given birth to when I became a person of faith. I began to understand that my parents made fundamental mistakes in raising me, and those mistakes that they made were the reasons why they treated me the way they treated me. They were not wicked, they were not evil people. They did not just know what to do, they were also victims of their own upbringing. So I asked myself, the law that I read has provided for me a platform. What should I use the platform to do? With that platform, I can do a lot. I'm going to use the platform to educate parents, to educate teachers, to educate school leaders, to educate churches, to educate anybody who wishes to listen to me. Hello, guys. One house. I'm going to use my knowledge of the law to do that. And so when I left the law school, I had the opportunity of working with my uncle, Chief Ganifayemi. He was the one who sent me to the law school. As a matter of fact, he ran one of the biggest law firms in Nigeria at that time, working with close to 30-something lawyers. And I looked at my uncle in the eye, a man I could not look at. When I was called to the bar, no, before I was called to the bar, I told him I wasn't going to work with him. The law firm was waiting for me. I told him I wasn't going to work with him. He asked me, what are you going to do? I said, well, I'm going to practice public interest law. He said, but I'm already doing human rights law. Why not join me here? I said, no, sir. Your human rights law is to rescue those who have been abused, those whose rights have been trampled upon. My own is that I want to help people, I want to empower people so that their rights will not be trampled upon. I want to empower people so that they will be able to be in a place where they can protect themselves. I said, so that's the difference. I don't want to dealing with people after they have been messed up. I want to prevent their being messed up. Are you getting what I'm saying? So my slogan is enlightenment is superior to enforcement. If we enlighten you, you will gain knowledge. When you gain knowledge, you will be able to make a difference. Are we together? And so that's what I've done since 1999. And you see, when I started, people thought that it wasn't going to work. Because there was no model, there was no template to follow. But God gave me grace. That platform, that channel that I started, I see many people flocking into it today. Are you getting what I'm saying? And so what is it that I want to tell you when it comes to these issues? When we are talking about psychosocial support for children, when we are talking about psychosocial support for teenagers, it cannot be a function of wishful thinking. No. It cannot be a function of what? Wishful thinking. You cannot just hope. You cannot hope that all will be well. We have to make sure that all is well. And so there are 4 fundamental things we must have in mind. If you run a school, if you are a faith leader, if you are a parent, there are 4 fundamental things we need to keep in mind. Now, there are 3 concepts. Before I go to the there are three concepts. Number one, non-compliance. What is non-compliance? People don't do what they are supposed to do. Non-compliance means you don't do what you are supposed to do. Now note, non-compliance is driven by ignorance. You don't know what you are supposed to do. Are you getting? That's why you don't comply. Another thing that drives non-compliance is defiance. You know what to do, but this is Nigeria. Nothing is going to happen. How many of you all say that? You know, this is one way. You say, this is a nuguna, nothing. Are you getting it? Now, there's now what we call compliance. What is compliance? Compliance is driven by fear of consequences. There's what? There's what? Compliance. Let me comply. If I don't comply, they will shut down my school. If I don't comply, police can arrest me. If I don't comply, they will report me. Let me just comply. Are you getting what I'm saying? So, non-compliance is driven by what? Is driven by ignorance. Please listen to me. I'm taking you on a journey. Non-compliance is driven by what? Ignorance and defiance. Compliance is driven by fear of consequences and the spirit of tokenism. When I was growing up, my mother would say, Kale wini patemi pe mo se won ti mo le se. She wasn't doing it for the nobility of it. She was saying, so that it can be said of me, I did the much I'm supposed to do. That is tokenism. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, but what's the last one? The third concept. It is the concept of culture. When something becomes your dominant value, when you are not doing something because anybody is watching you, whether somebody is watching you or nobody is watching you, it is your culture. In my home, fidelity is a culture. I've been married for 20 years this year. No complications. I'm a husband of one wife. No complications in 20 years, not once. By the mercies and the grace of God. Everybody who works with me in my office today are ladies. And because of the field we are, I work with more ladies. In our organization today, we have only one guy in the midst of all the ladies. No wrong conversation. Nobody in my office would think that maybe your guy has something for me. There are conversations I don't have. The other day, my colleague said, sir, I've not been feeling well. I said, what is the matter? I would rather not discuss it. And that's it. I must not probe. I'm not a doctor, I'm a boss. When she says she has not been feeling well, she's been seeing the doctor out of concern. I said, what is the matter? She said, sir, I would rather not discuss it. A function of I attended a training. They said we should do this. No, that is why you must internalize. You must buy into what we are talking about. And how best do you buy into these things? Is for you to know that the things we are discussing here, they are matters of life and death. Look at the pictures that Coach David showed you. You know, when you showed that picture, sir, I asked Mrs. Amara, right? I said, that lady, that your friend, is it whom she has become now? Or is it that last picture that you showed? Is that her last final state now? Or is it that she has now recovered, she took that picture before? He said, that was the picture before. We are dealing with matters of life and death. We are dealing with generations. In my office, we are doing child safeguarding and protection. I tell my people every day, when you don't write that memo, when you don't make that call, when you don't send that letter, When you don't send that email, you are killing people. We are dealing with lives. When you recognize the fact that you are dealing with lives, and you recognize that what we are discussing is a matter of life and death, you will handle it cautiously. You will handle it with all your might. You will know you don't have a job if you don't do this thing, because a sick person, as I said, does not donate blood. Children need to be well before they can become first in class. First in class does not mean anything to me. First in class are in prison. First in class are dead, 6 feet below. Brilliance without character means you are an intelligent devil. Hitler, listen to me. Adolf Hitler is one of the most brilliant human beings that has ever lived. Adolf Hitler. Very brilliant. Those who knew him said he didn't forget things. Very charismatic. Hitler was an orator. His words moved people, but his value was damaged. Hitler was an abused child. His father beat him. He did not grow up with his mother. He grew up with his father. His father beat him to stupor. There's another guy called... Now, how do you know Hitler's brilliance? Hitler, as one man, designed the Second World War. And he was going to succeed with it. But for the intervention of the Allied forces, one man, that's how brilliant he was, but his value has been damaged. Oh, there's a guy called Adebende. No. Let me know Adebende. There's a guy called Fred Ajudua. Go and check Fred Ajudua on Wikipedia. He's a fraudster. But Fred Ajudua is a lawyer. He's a lawyer. Fred Ajudua can convince the devil to be born again. If you want to evangelize the devil, hire Fred Ajudua. He will sit him down. Fred Ajudua is a smooth talker. Very likable. Very amiable. Boisterous. But his value has been damaged. So he used his knowledge of the law. This Fred Ajudua, who went to fleece a woman in Germany of all her husband's inheritance. German millionaire Fred Ajudua got into that woman's head and fleeced her of everything up, no hope. So in our schools, we focus a lot, listen to me, we focus a lot on who came first. You see, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, a school exists for 2 reasons. How many reasons? Behavioral outcome and learning outcome. How many? Behavioral outcome and what? Behavioral outcome and what? So there's a woman, her name is Ellen King. She made a statement which I want to quickly share with you now. She is a consultant to UNICEF in the Caribbean on how to keep schools safe. Let me listen to what she said, please. She said, and I quote, "Since children spend a significant amount of their childhood in school, it is for this reason, if no other, that school should be warm. Places where children feel supported and they feel connected. Indeed, research has shown that when children feel connected to school, they have better learning and behavioral outcome. The purpose of a school is behavioral and learning outcome. Now, Ellen King said, how do we achieve it? School should be warm. That is not law. That is culture. When every teacher is warm, they are interested beyond the call of duty. Caring, what does it mean to care? To care means to anticipate the needs of children, to anticipate their needs, to anticipate the threat to them, to make adequate preparation, to meet those needs and mitigate those threats well before they arise. That is care. To care. Then he says schools should be warm, caring and nurturing places. What does it mean to nurture? To nurture is to bring out every possibilities, every potential deposited in a child. That is what it means to nurture. I'm a product of nurture. Are you getting it? So everybody is a product of nurture. Now, the woman now says, when school is warm, caring and nurturing, children will feel supported. They will now feel connected. Once they feel connected, what is going to happen? They will have better learning and behavioral outcome, which means the behavior of these children and their learning is tied to your being warm, caring and nurturing. If you are not warm, you are not caring, you are not nurturing, you are going to produce recalcitrant children. So the behavior of these children is tied to your being caring, being nurturing, and being warm. You see, he said, that lady said, that child said, the reason why I came to you is that you are approachable. Hey, when we were grown up, they said disciplinaries, nobody can look at them. You are not a disciplinarian. A disciplinarian is warm. A disciplinarian is calm. A disciplinarian is approachable. A disciplinarian does not judge. A small boy grew up in the project in America. They told him that you are a useless boy. You can never become anything. You are a fighter. You end up as a fighter. And so one day, they reported him to a new counselor in school. And so the boy showed up in the counselor's office and said, I'm here. He said, defend yourself. I have nothing to defend. I did what they said I did. I'm going to end up as an armed robber. I'm going to end up, I grew up in the project. I'm going to end up in the project. I'm a government project. I'm not going anywhere. So pronounce your judgment. The lady said, no. That is not who you are. You have been misintroduced to yourself. Every day when you come to school, I want to see you in my office. I want you to come here, right? We need to have everyday talk. That transformed the life of that boy forever. What was the difference? One person who saw a different picture from what everybody saw. One person who thought differently from what everybody thought. Oh, I don't know if you have read the story of Erin Guell. Erin Guell was 26 years old or 28 when he got to Virginia Tech, a high school in the U.S. Got into that place and he was dealing with children that have been written off by the states. Every child who is messing up, they take them to that school. Are you getting it? Written off. These are throwing paper. They'll be throwing stone. They'll be doing all kinds of things. Nobody could control them. So you know, nobody could control them. So you know what Erin Guell did? Erin Guell did not have a degree in psychology. She didn't have a degree in guidance and counseling. All of those in guidance and counseling. All of those things sometimes are overrated. What we should think about is the milk of compassion that is flowing in your heart. Where there is a will, there will be a way. You just be committed. You just be concerned. You just want to do something different. And I'll tell you just want to do something different. And I'll tell you your reward. That's what I'm going to round up. Tell you your reward. That's what I'm going to round up. Psychology and sociology. Psychology and sociology. So in the psychology, you take psycho, which is psychology. You take psycho, which is psychology. There you take social, which is sociology, the study of environment. In that environment, you are the one that creates the environment. And so when we talk about culture, culture is that dominant value system that you are committed to as a matter of lifestyle. Are you getting it? As a married man, being married and the principles that I follow is a matter of a lifetime commitment. Are you getting it? A lifetime commitment, and it has implication on my behavior. Culture. Now, from culture, we move to system. Because there's a program that you need to buy into from the organizers. And in that program, all of these things will be broken down. Now, so you need to move to a system, culture. What is a system? System simply means end-to-end orchestration of how something is supposed to work. There's a system running this program. Somebody comes into this hotel, there's somebody at the gate, directs you to where you are supposed to be. Now, there are people in this hotel now who are sleeping in their rooms. What we are doing here is it disturbing them from sleeping in their room. There's a system that separated everything. System is an organized end-to-end orchestration of how something is supposed to work. A system has how many components? Number one, goals or set of goals. So I'm rounding up. I need to do this. I need to round up. I need to round up, right? Goals or set of goals. Goals are what? You won't see me here in another many years. You know, the last time I was here was like 10 years ago. I'm here now. Maybe another 10 years, you'll see me, I'll be 67. I'm 50, I'll be 50, I'll be 66. I'm 56 now. So let me round up. Just give me 5 minutes. No, okay, just give me 2 minutes. Let me round up. Because it's important that I drive this home, right? So the more you do this thing now, the more you derail my thoughts. Okay. A system is goals, 3 things in a system. Goals or set of goals. You can't have a system, you don't have a goal now, or what you want to achieve. What are you going to build the system around? If it's in place to ensure that we achieve security, goals or set of goals. Number 2, who is responsible for what? Number 2 is responsible for what? Number 3, what is the person responsible for? And does the person know it? What are you You see, these things that I'm saying, there are things that I can discuss for a whole day, but I'm rushing it now. But keep them in mind. Goals or set of goals. Who is responsible for what? What is the person responsible for? And does the person know it? System must not be codified into a policy. What is a policy? A policy is a statement of will. A statement of will. Predicated on the dominant value system of those who drafted it to govern their affairs. A policy is what? A statement of will. So some people, they say we have policy, but the policy does not run their lives. A policy is not a statement of wish. In Lagos, when a police officer stops you, you don't have any fear. They have policy of safeguarding you, right? But when you are carrying contraband and you are driving a big car, you know that you are going to move, you can escape with a woman's call. Officer, hey! They're just, yeah, your boys are lawyer. What are they going to do? You shock them something. You are fine. Why? Because though there's a policy in place, but the policy is not predicated on the dominant value system of the police officers. Are you getting what I'm saying? So anybody can draft policy. And lastly, there's now what we call processes. That is policy in action. Policy is a dominant value system of the people who drafted it to govern their affairs. Processes is now policy in action. Processes, that is, the policy of the school is that nobody can take a child out of this school without the consent of the parents. The policy of the school is that children in this school shall not be exposed to any form of substance. That's the policy position. But processes, how do we ensure it? So can you ensure it when you don't know, when you see vape and you say it is a biro? That's processes now. When you see moly and you say it is vitamin C, that is processes now. Processes deals with the nitty-gritty. Then lastly, you now come back to culture. No, you now come to curriculum. From culture to system to policy to processes to curriculum. What is curriculum? We convert all of these things to teaching people. You teach it, you discuss it. Policies, all of these things, culture is not going to come on you. It is by constant conversation and constant discussing these things. And that is the journey. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, listen. That is the journey to move from non-compliance to compliance to culture. And this is my judgment. If you are a non-compliant school, you are not interested in all of these things that we are saying, you are already doing violence to the destiny and the future of these children. If you are a compliant school, we will say thank you, but you are not yet there. The journey is the journey to culture. The journey is the journey to where? To culture. And that is the journey we must take. Then you ask me, what is my reward? I want to assure you, as you are faithful in this thing that we are discussing with you today, in a matter of time, your season will come. In my hometown, there is Yam Festival. The yam does not need to do anything apart from being faithful in the ground. Once the yam is faithful in the ground, what is going to happen is a time is going to come when the celebration will come. Today, I'm in my season. I have suffered. I was that lawyer who did not know where the next meal was coming from. I was that lawyer who could not afford deodorant. I was that lawyer who could not afford boxers. I was that lawyer in the midst of that poverty, and I went to marry. Because I decided to marry at the age of 36. If a man has not broken through at 36. And my culture said I must make money before I marry. And I saw that I'm not going to marry this way. And I met a woman. I started dating her. And I started talking to her about the future. Mind you, at 36, I had rented my first apartment. But armed robber chased me out of the place. And so at 36, I did not have an apartment. And I was discussing marriage. From a woman from a home, the father has double PhD. The father is very educated. But this woman covered me. Make sure the father did not deal with all of those issues. And so we got married. Are you getting what I'm saying? And when we got married to an apartment where the only thing we had was a mattress. And this woman was the only one working. And I was pushing this my dream because I didn't work for anybody. And life was tough. And this woman endured and stayed there and supported me. My wife believes in me more than I believe in myself. My wife sees things about me that I don't see about myself. And so today, when I married my wife was a permanent resident of the United States. I told her I wasn't going to the United States. I wanted to live in Nigeria. She dropped that green card and came to meet me in our apartment that we were. If a rich man told you, drop your green card, you will drop it now, living in Ikoyi or Banana Island. A man living in Egin Street, in Ojodu, my wife dropped that thing. Now, 13 years after, I gave that green card. I got that green card now through my own work, and I gave it to her. And we were reminiscing and said, look at it. When I was dropping that card, he said, when we were coming from the embassy, he said, love, you said it. It's your work that will take you around the world. You said it's your work that will take you around the world. I'm a no-name person. I came from nowhere. Nobody knows my father's name. My father never entered the airport. I've lost count of how many times I've flown. And the people that I've rode with. You know what is the difference? The difference is that I recognized God's call and I stayed there. And what I'm encouraging you to do, no human being can reward me. I got a message from my office yesterday. I got a message from my office yesterday. They said that the organizers of the program, they're asking for my account number. They want to give me honorarium. I said, no, I'm not collecting honorarium. I don't want. How can I don't collect honorarium from her. I collect honorarium. As a matter of fact, my honorarium is very expensive. But when my office reached out to me and said they want to send you honorarium, I said, which honorarium for what? For this kind of program that we came for, that we came to bless lives. Okay, the ones where you collect honorarium, don't you bless? We bless lives now. But you see, this woman answered God's call. Nobody promised her a success in the project she embarked on. She saw God and followed. I see myself. I tell people in my office, I say, all of you collect salary every month. We have never owed anybody salary. But at the beginning of every month, I believe God that we're going to pay everybody's salary. I don't owe anybody's salary. I just believe God. The money may not be there, but I know somehow the money will come. I said, but you have hope that the salary will be paid through our office. Me, I have hope in God that we always produce. So my charge to you, my encouragement to you is that you cannot afford to look at man, what government is paying, what government is not paying. My school does not appreciate me. Let me tell you something. Anything man can appreciate and reward is a low resolution. The real thing that you are rewarded for is the thing that no man can reward you for. Who can reward me for my labor? Nobody. So I always look unto God. God is the one who rewards me. And when God pays me, he pays me handsomely. He has taken me to platforms that I never... You see, I just need to think about it. I want to be on this platform. Maybe a few weeks down the line, a call will come. Something will happen. So I want to charge you teachers. Your labor is never in vain. Your reward, listen, they say the reward of teachers is in heaven. I agree, but you get it here. And let me explain to you how it works. If you have a current account, are you getting it? Do you need to go to the bank to get your money? You just issue a check. When you issue a check, once the mandate is correct, then the bank will honor the check. The question is, the way you are treating these children, do you have an account in heaven that the government cannot pay? That nobody can pay, only God. And you stand before God and say, God, you know my labor over these children. Even when my own children don't have what I think they should have, you know how I labor. You see, because you can't deceive God now. Can you stand before God and say, God, you know now? Government cannot pay me. I have my own issues. I don't know where my rent is coming from. But I'm committed to these children. Lord, because I'm committed to these children, I want you to be committed to me. So which means your reward is in heaven. It's a good place. Your account is in heaven. But many of us, the way we treat them, we don't have a bank account in heaven. There's nowhere to pay into. And I round up with this story. You see, I came a long way. I round up now with this story. I came a long way. There's a woman called Mrs. Adegoke. Mrs. Adegoke, she's a lawyer. Listen. She's a lawyer in Osun State. This woman was one of the people campaigning in Osun State for the child's right law of Osun State to be passed. This woman was the one campaigning for people with children with disability to be taken care of. You know what happened? One day his son, Nathaniel Adegoke, was coming from school. He was in Ladoke Akitola University. He fell into the ditch. They were trying to do some construction, so the boy fell into the ditch. When the boy fell into the ditch, what happened? They brought the boy out, and he was paralyzed waist down. Nathaniel Adegoke, paralyzed waist down. So the mother started running around to look for money. So they said the only place they could cure was India. So he started looking for money, to raise money in India. He said one day, she couldn't raise the money. She was tired. So she stood before God and said, God, I am the one campaigning for children in Osun State, not to end up in disability. I'm the one fighting for their rights. Lord, is this my reward? That my first son is going to be bedridden for life if I can't raise this money? God, look at my... You know, the same way Ezekiah did. He brought before God the credentials of his original contribution. Nobody can reward it. Osun State government could not help. Even if he raised the money, it's not guaranteed that they will be able to heal the boy. So as she was out about her business, just pray that simple prayer. The father was at home reading newspaper. Nathaniel Adegoke, I'm mentioning names now, you can check it, he's on Facebook. He walked out. The father did not believe what he was seeing. The father thought he was seeing a ghost. Nathaniel Adegoke has just been healed on the account of the mother's record. These things that you do, ladies and gentlemen, you don't know the day is going to work for you. But are you able to stand before God when you are the one lying against children? When you are the one not doing what you are supposed to do? When you are the one who are supposed to prepare your lesson notes, you are watching home video. When you are the one that is supposed to care for these children, you look another way. When you are not doing what you are supposed to do, when you know you are supposed to go for recovery, you refuse to go for the recovery. You begin to use your own pain to defy the destiny of these children. Are you able to stand before God and say, God, before you, oh Lord, what any man can do, you know I've done my best for these children. Reward me. You do not owe anybody. Honor me. If you can pray that prayer, that's my prayer every day. I tell God, I say, God, you know, there's nothing I'm doing today that I'm doing because I tell God, I say, God, you know that everything I'm doing today is because I believe I'm supposed to do it. No. I tell God, you know everything I'm doing today is because I believe you're asking me to do it. I'm able to see because I don't just do stuff. I'm not here because I like the face of the organizer. I'm here because of instruction. So I went the same way I ended yesterday. Don't make it your ambition to change the world. The world is a massive place. Focus. You know, we work with children, right? I work with children. My wife works with children. My wife is an educationist. For 15 years, we didn't have a child. You know, that did not become a conversation between me and my wife as a matter of disagreement. My mother-in-law said, how are you guys doing it? You are working with children. Your wife is working with children. You guys don't have children. Now, if you are a banker, your wife is a HR practitioner, we say you don't think about it every day. You better the life of children every day. Many children are growing up in my own. You know, I never went to God once to say, God, where is my own? I just knew that a time is coming. It's a matter of time. And when our boy came, he came miraculously. The boy is here with us today. Right? 15 years. We were at peace. We were never troubled. Now, let me tell you something. I never consecrate any special prayer to have a child. I never attended any special program to have a child. I never fasted to have a child. As a matter of fact, I hardly brought it before God. I just knew that I'm a father of many children already. Biology does not define fatherhood. It's a form of fatherhood. I don't ever have biological child. I am still fulfilled because through me many lives have been transformed. So a newspaper came to interview.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love the energy. Thank you. So today we are talking about a very important topic. I want all of us to please listen in carefully and participate in the conversation. I hope that we can get it.
I was in senior secondary. Our teacher, one of our teachers, in trying to advise us on how to choose our career path, she said that we should study professional courses. And in those days, meanwhile, Onyeka was my classmate, so we were in the same class, so he knows what I'm saying. So in those days, professional courses are medicine, engineering, maybe architecture, maybe nursing, which is
law.
not as popular, law, and maybe accountancy, something like that. So, and that was a good advice as of then. I'm talking about what we should stop doing and what we can start doing different. We didn't know that social media was going to blow up the way it is now. Social media was going to blow up the way it is now. Content creation is one of the most lucrative things. Tech bros and tech ladies or tech girls are now some of the biggest employers of labor. So when we think about children, we should think of how can we give them the skills that they need for today that will be so relevant for them in the future, because times are changing, you know. So what should we start doing? I think that parents should be more intentional in terms of technology. I was just looking at a post by New York Times this morning, and they were saying that a lot of social media influencers are influencing about OnlyFans through their social media handles. And when they want to talk about issues about pornography, they talk about mattress addresses. They use words that would not be censored by the social media algorithms. So if they want to talk about porn stars, they will talk about mattress addresses. If they want to talk about popular culture, they will call it POD. So parents should be able to understand these trends, and they should be at a gatekeeping position where they will rather guide their children away from harm rather than trying to tell them in our own time when we were doing standard 6. They no longer do standard 6 now or standard 5. You should be able to be sensitive to the things that are current now to be able to help children to become the best they can be.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's one more. Let's hear from you, ma'am. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
I'm Mrs. Abraham.
Yes, Mrs. Abraham. Can you talk on this question? What is one thing we should stop doing, and what we can start doing for the future of adolescent support system?
Okay, for the future of the adolescent ecosystem, one of the things we can stop doing is to stop being reactive to what teenagers face. We need to create a system where we are more proactive, where we begin to incorporate emotional intelligence, we begin to incorporate confidence, we begin to incorporate identity discovery in teenagers. It will help them to be able to face the world instead of when there is now a problem, we now come in to solve it. So I think we need to be more proactive than reactive.
I love that. We should be more proactive instead of reactive. So there are certain key values that we need to instill in our adolescents. And so to you, Mr. Jasper, my question is, the topic is what is the future, right? And it's an ecosystem. What our convener has done now is to bring together the entire ecosystem of the adolescent support system, right? So we have the teachers, guidance counselors, parents, students, we are all in one space. And so how can we keep this connected? How can we ensure that it's not disjointed? The efforts, these conversations, how do we just make sure that there's still a connectedness within this ecosystem? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I first want to say congratulations to Amma and everybody who has been part of this. It has been awesome. There's what is called products. There's what is called platform. So what has happened over time is that we have diversity of products that we have used to respond to challenges like this. Some of them are best practices. Some of them has worked, has been challenges or stuff like that. But the generation we are, demographics has shown us that whatever is working can no longer be localized in one setting. We need to find out how do we make it a global practice. Not just in terms of practicing it, but in terms of how do we share it so that if I'm in Enugu, I have access to it. If I'm in US, I have access to it, and I can localize it in my context. So I'm trying to say that whatever that we know that we're doing in different places that lose resources, can we build platforms? And I will give you a context. Before now, we have a system where if I need a taxi, that I have the person, I call him on phone. I come out of the street and I book a taxi and I get it. Sometimes I have to wait for a long time if I have access to that. Today we have Uber and Bolt. What did they do? That product has already been there, but they built a platform that allowed me to make it accessible, available at the speed I want, and targeted and data-driven and stuff like that. So I've gotten to a point where we shouldn't just be gathering together and riding around products. We should be building platforms that allows us to see the dynamics of all that is available so that we can choose and take it away and work with ourselves. Part of the reason why it's like that is that there's what is called personalization. What works for me or what was
connected. And so to the #1 boys coach in Enugu as well, Nigeria. My question to you is, just to build up on what Mr. Jasper has said concerning how we can get the ecosystem to stay connected, What are your thoughts? How can we make sure that we are not fragmented? Because that's the issue. We are all working in silos. How can we get connected again?
Thank you very much, Nana. And I want to once again congratulate my sister Amara and her team for the wonderful job they've done in putting up this event. Congratulations. He has said something very strategic. And I know that there are people who are doing things, using digital space and all that. But as someone who, by the grace of God, has the privilege of working with boys firsthand on a daily basis, the first thing I have noticed that, there's an error is because in the ecosystem, the foundation is the family. And so you have a lot of disjointed relationships. It affects the boys a whole lot. I'm sorry, I'm going to lean on my constituency, but that is what I do most of the time. And I'm speaking not just from experience, but from research. So you see a boy in school. I'm happy we have teachers who are here and counselors. A boy is not doing well in school, and you're wondering if the challenge is from the home. Either he has an almost or zero relationship, particularly with his father. We are looking at adolescents and teenagers here. When you look at teenagers and teenage boys or adolescent boys, they come to a point where they are looking for their father. Even when the mother is separated from the dad, the boy comes to a point where he just wants to have that relationship alive. It will be good for us to have where the father comes in, because the error is where they say, we want to be the father of the child. I say, I'm sorry. I have my own family. I have my children. I don't want that boy to feel that, oh, this man is so good to me. Always an error. Now, what can be done in that situation? Even if you are separated, for the good of that child, do the much you can, to come together. Even if you don't agree. The school has a role to play too, in playing a very supportive role. If parents complain about it, some teachers complain, some parents complain about it, or even the boys themselves, they complain. My teacher is cheap. And don't make the
role, the family, staff. Just a question. If this conference is the first time you're learning more about psychosocial first aid, please just raise up your hand. Okay, so I can see some hands. If you've gotten knowledge on this before, maybe on YouTube, informally, anyway, just raise up your hands. Okay? Some raised before, some did not raise down, so I don't know. But anyway, I love that some of our teachers are saying that this is the first time that they are learning about this. Now, beyond this conference, because again, if you remember, our topic is on the future of this. After this conference, what happens? Most teachers, most caregivers, the staff, they don't have the formal training. This is for some the first time they're hearing this. How do we equip them? How do we make this is sustainable? It doesn't just get here and they've forgotten, because there are no systems in schools. So let me give that to you, sir, please. Can you introduce yourself? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Oko Benjamin. I'm also a teen. I've been in teens ministry for over a decade. So I've been working with young people and teenagers.
Honored to be here.
I work with development partners, Department of State. Praise God. Okay, so I think one of the things that will help us is building a culture. I totally accept what our daddy said here. Building a system that will stand the test of time. Is it possible for us here, people here today, to form a unified platform that we have at least monthly meetings where somebody can be giving feedback of what he or her has done? Is it possible? Because I know that all of us here are representative of many units, many departments, and many churches. Is it also possible for us here to pass this message back to our churches? Because I notice there is a culture in the church system that we are paying attention to the adults and neglecting the teenagers and neglecting the young people. One day I was in one of Winners Chapel in Abuja, and I heard the voice of saying that I am more interested in what is happening here than what is happening there. Because these people we call the teenagers today are going to become the pastors, the deacon, and deaconesses. If we don't form a system where this message we are passing here today is being taught in the church and maintained in the church, if you don't have a system where the general opening in Teens Church, we are not going to have a very fruitful, a very boastful outcome. So can we pay attention to the grassroots? That's one aspect. The second aspect, is it possible for all these messages that is passing here being carried along in the secondary school? I know we have the University Basic Education. I know we have the policymakers. Can we have a model where in secondary school they will be having something like a moral instruction that will be guided by all these protocols being taught here? Because the only way to catch them young is to start from the grassroots level. Let me start from here. Thank you.
Wow, I love that. Yes, yes. Thank you so much for that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think to add to what you had just said, psychosocial support is not a tax for everybody. If you don't have the aptitude and if you don't have the interest, don't bother.
Wow.
Have a basic understanding of what psychosocial support is, but it's not something that everybody has the interest or the ability to do. So that you'll be able to, at least in your a child that you think needs some support. In her class, she was not responding to anything. She was always isolated, and nobody really understood it. Nobody caught it in the class. Nobody really understood it. Nobody caught it in the class. And she had to struggle with that for a long time. Somebody should be knowledgeable about psychosocial skills or psychosocial support, but if you don't have the aptitude or the interest, just don't go there. Second is that this is a professional skill, so you have to go for proper training. Train, and there are pathways for teachers. Pathway number one is to be a guidance counselor. You can learn that in the university and all of that. There's a higher order pathways where you can go study counseling or study psychology and then be able to find your way around counseling and supporting people. So I think what we are doing is to whet the appetite of the teachers. If they see or they think that it's something that they are called to do or they have the interest to do, then they start narrowing their path towards that direction. But it's not something for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think that also answers a few questions that some of our teachers might have had in
I think that what we need in working with young people, we need skills. Skill is how to do it. We need attitude. Attitude is the inner strength to do that which we know we should do. I want to conclude this way, to say that everything we are doing here from yesterday to today is an appetizer. In law, we call it invitation to treat. There is an onboarding program put together by Teen Alike Academy, which we are expecting that every school owner, every school leader here will subscribe to. So your subscription to that will bring you into the real solution to the issue. Now, what we are dealing with here is like, under the leadership of Mrs. Amara, which is going to be unfolded later, which we are expecting everybody here to subscribe to. When you subscribe to that program, we come to your school, we lead you on how to get these things done. The idea is not to leave you high and dry or to leave you in a lodge. The idea is that whatever you are learning here, there is the practicalization of it. Like what the gentleman said, it is about knowing what to do. Now you can pick up, now when you talk about mental health, there are mental health first aiders. They don't treat, they have the skill to identify. So if all you are able to do is to identify, then the next thing is that you are able to refer.
Yeah.
Right? So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now back to our panelists. Thank you so much, sir.
Sorry. I wanted to say something, please. There's an impression we need to correct. There's a difference between religion and spirituality. They are not the same thing. What I see, and I understand the context of where she's coming from, where she said in Africa. We do a lot of religion in Africa. That does not mean that the word of God and stuff that has to do with spirituality does not solve problems. In fact, if you read Luke chapter 4, verse 18, it was Jesus Christ talking, and he said that the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, has given me the anointing to preach the gospel, to do what? To heal all these things that we're talking about. So whether you like it or not, there's a place of encounter that heals this thing that is based on faith. We can't take it away. However, where we make mistake, which is what I hear him talk about, is this. Even that same Jesus, the Bible also mentioned that he grew in wisdom and stature and knowledge. So what we don't do is that we take that aspect that feels like religion, we hang on it, but we don't get the knowledge to be able to apply it. So it does not mean that spirituality does not solve the problem. It's just that there's a leg of it that we are not carrying along, and that's our problem in Africa. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Sorry, just to add a comment.
This is a hot question.
Yeah, I think that we need to get to that point where we try to create a balance in knowledge. And because at adolescence, part of the things that adolescents struggle with is they struggle for identity. And you know, when you are struggling about your identity, it has a lot of representation. Where you come from, your religion, and all of that. And part of the things that we can struggle with is, does God exist? I don't even think God is something that I should believe in. Do you understand? And it's not strange that even globally, I don't know if people have followed the news, there's a mass interest in religious activities, especially among the Gen Zs in America. The Americans have seen an upsurge number of people who are coming for confirmation, who are coming to enter the Catholic Church out of the fact that they are asking these vital questions. Because at the end of the day, we want to have meaning in life. After I have given you everything you need, something is going to answer that question about meaning. And you cannot answer a question about meaning if you don't talk about existential issues. In philosophy, it's called existentialism. In general conversation, we can call it religion or spirituality. But we must get to that point where we answer that question, because that is part of what makes an adolescent, or that is part of the struggle of adolescence. However, we know that we must get to that point where we build the knowledge of the children to understand what they need per time. Because if we must be able to give people what is meaningful to them, we must be able to answer the questions of what they need per time. At adolescence, they struggle with identity, they struggle with authority, and they struggle with sexuality. So we must be able to provide adolescent information that is relevant for their age and for the things that they are struggling with. We will not give them information that is too much for them to be able to handle. We will not give them something that is too little for their age, but we must be able to give them tailor-fashioned information that is relevant for where they are at the time. So that is where, if a young person is saying that you are over-spiritualizing, they may not have been given enough information about why spirituality is important in this situation. Because you must have to show workings for these young people. If you are not showing workings, you are just talking out of point. So you must be able to give them information that is relevant to them per time. If you are saying that spirituality solves problems, show us evidence. Do you understand? If you are saying that knowledge is important, show us the evidence. Do you understand? Is it not in this generation that we are hearing school is scam? Is it not this generation that we are hearing that you necessarily do not need to do a 9 to 5? Do you understand? So they are challenging the status quo. The status quo is being challenged every day. But what I know is that even recently, Artemis 2, one of the astronauts gave the highest preaching you can preach anywhere, where he said that the world is a spaceship on itself, because they were trying to examine what it means to live outside of the world in the universe where there's no gravity and all of that. So we must be able to give children, especially now that we are talking about adolescents, we must give them information that is relevant for their age so that they do not get confused in the whole entirety of things.
Thank you so much. There's something you said with adolescents. I have another question, I think. Thank you. We have to show workings with them. Please, the next question. Young people are growing up. This question and one more question, and we can call this a wrap. Young people are growing up in a digital-first world. How should psychosocial support evolve to meet them where they are online and offline? And yesterday I shared a story about a young boy who fell in love with an AI chatbot, and this AI chatbot really did lure him into committing suicide so that they could be together forever. We are facing very unique challenges in our world. So now, how do we evolve to meet them where they are? That young boy never told anyone, not his best friend, not his mother, not his father, not his teachers. We are dealing with very, very unique challenges now. So I'd like to hear from you, Ms. Abraham.
So how the psychosocial support can meet them is through collaboration. Because an adolescent is not raised by one person. An adolescent is raised by a system. In an adolescent ecosystem, the home, the church, the government, NGOs, the school, everybody is involved. So I think collaboration, because when we have a home that is very functional and a school system that does not emphasize this thing, it's still a paralyzed system. So I think when everybody is doing what they should do, we'll be able to meet the teenagers at every point in time. But when we leave it to, it's the educators that should do this because they are more in school during that age bracket, it's a problem. So I think there should be collaboration between, within the ecosystem where adolescents find themselves. The government should do their part, enforce laws that enhances the psychosocial support, fund the systems that support, that bring about the psychosocial support. So I think everybody has a role to play. With collaboration, we'll be able to meet every teenager at their own point. Thank you.
Thank you. So collaboration. Let me hear from you, our voice coach. I haven't heard his voice in a while.
Thank you very much. So, just in joining with what Abraham has said, I get confronted with this a lot because a lot of teenage adolescent boys too, you know, his parents are complaining, he has gadgets. You know, you still go down to the basics. First of all, as a parent or an educator or a custodian of children, you know the use of this gadgets. So how you use it also matters. Your boys are watching you. Your girls are watching you. You have a system whereby you come to a family, daddy has everything, all the gadgets, mommy has her own. You know, I was in the hospital yesterday and this morning to take my children for treatment. And a mother with a very little child, she was hooked to the, you know, the phone, what she was watching, I think on Instagram or something like that. And this is a baby who is less than 2 months old. At the point I had to carry the baby, I said, it's like you are not a young mother. You know, we laughed over it, but I used that opportunity to also talk to her about the dangers of what she was doing. So how we model use of gadgets is very important. They are watching us. Let's not remove that fact. Secondly, at home, as a parent, what are the systems you put in place? I tell parents, the solution is not taking away gadgets from them. Because the truth is that this generation will need gadgets more than we did during our time. But the truth is that they need a routine. So you need to have a system where these boys and these girls know that, okay, at this time in my life, I'm a student. When can I have access to what they call screen time? You know, mobile phones, gadgets. And this, for me, personally, there should be a time when, people may disagree with this, but there should be an age, an appropriate age. In countries like Finland, I think in Sweden, please correct me, my brother, if I'm wrong, government is clamping down on under 16 using gadgets because they've seen what it's doing to them. And this is the reality. Because when a young person is hooked to too much of screen, internet, videos, all of that, it works like dopamine. Please, the drug experts, Mr. Falaren is here, am I correct, sir? It works like dopamine in their system. So when they don't have that gadget, it's like they can do anything just to have it. So at home, parents have a role to play in ensuring that there's a balance. She spoke about collaboration. So there should be a connection. So when I work with boys in my mentorship program, we have an agreement with the parents that, look, you have to put effort. Because some parents will say, I don't have time. I'm like, why did you now marry and start family? No, it's true. If you know that you want to start a family, and this is for young people who are not yet to get married and listening to me. If you know you don't want to create chaos, you know you won't be ready to take up the responsibility of walking a child through different stages of development, please don't marry, don't have children. So a lot of the damage that comes to our children as a result of screen time is because parents are neglecting their responsibility. And this is a serious issue that we must, pay attention to. So if we are going to have teenagers who will be more productive in their academics, even in their future career, then we must allow them to create a balance where you don't just take away screens from them entirely because they need it. But you make them understand why they need to use these gadgets, when they should use it, and how productive it can even be for them when they utilize it well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to...
No, please.
Okay.
Sorry, I would be stepping out in a short while.
Okay.
I just wanted to add a few things before I do. So this is a very important issue, and, and there are a lot of burning issues around this. So recently, I think in 2015, National Commission for Communication, NCC, did a research, and they found out that children between the ages of around 10 and 15 are internet nomads. What it means is that our children are on the internet, about 97% of them, thank you, so I'm not lying, about 97% of our children are internet nomads. And what it means is that they are only tethered, I'm using technology, not language, I'll explain it later. Our children are only tethered or restrained by the quantity of data that they have. So children have access to social media, to phones, and they can just go to just about anywhere on the internet unrestrained, only if they have data. You understand? So what it means is that when children have access to internet, they need to be some level of safeguarding softwares. McAfee and the rest of them have some of those softwares to guide what the children do with the internet or the phones, because we cannot prevent them from using phones. But what is most fundamental is this, whether technology or not, is that we need to go back to basis of human behavior. You can read it up. Bowlby talked about the theory of attachment. What it means is that when children are growing up, because of the relationship that the children experience between them and their parents, the ideas or the values of the parents echo in the conscience of the children. And that same respect that children now get from relating with their parents at home, they move it to authority figures in society, whether it's the police, it's the teachers, it's anybody that is an authority figure. So it means that whether children are in the home or outside, they have gained that capacity to be able to be respectful. Whether they are on the internet or anywhere, there are things that they will not do physically, they will not do also on the internet. So first, parenting becomes the key fundamental thing. We must be able to get our children to be attached. In fact, a study recently shows that our adolescents are lonely. And loneliness is a big problem. There's a big problem. So if they are lonely, they are looking for something that will help them, keep them engaged. You understand? And the internet becomes the idea. And for example, ChatGPT or other chatbox mechanisms can be used to engage them, and then it's advising them and telling them, and then eventually it leads to suicide. But these problems have always been there. So parents need to be able to get to that point where they are knowledgeable about modern technology. In fact, we know that, disappearing messages or view once messages, those are tools of the devil, because by the time the child is engaging with that predator, within a short time, the messages disappear. And if you want to investigate, you will not be able to find anything to engage or have a conversation. So parents must be knowledgeable about technological advancements. Also, we need to have conversations around the issue of, Onyi talked about it, but issues around gambling
gambling and gambling. It has become a very, it's a
So
menace.
gambling, bet, Niger,
Bet
etc.
Niger and the rest of them. And the children can do it just with the phone and with an ATM card that has some money inside. You understand? And we know that, let me explain it in simple terms. The brain reward circuit is one. There's only one reward circuit in the brain. So when I praise you for doing well, dopamine is secreted along with other things. When when people have sex, the dopamine is the same secretion. When people gamble and they are happy, it's the same excitement. So because of that excitement, people are longing to get that excitement. So if it's gambling that they find, they become addicted to it. So what it means is that we must go back to the point where we train our children to become more, to be emotionally attached. So parents have to be present, and then parents need to be able to understand what is the modern things around social media. In fact, countries like Australia, and I think recently Spain, they have banned children less than 16 years from having a social media account. And most times I see a lot of children content creators, and I ask the question, are these children going to school? With the amount of social media exposure we are giving these children, are they meaningfully developing? Do you understand? Are they going to school? You take them to events that are done in the night, in clubs, in places that you are abusing these children, you are giving them child labor on the internet, because there's also a form of child labor on the street. It is also a form of child labor that we do with children on the internet. So there's a lot of knowledge gap that the parents have that they need to work up again to be able to protect their children effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was a lot. I hope that we took notes so much. As a parent, I can say thank you so much, Mr. Lekwas. But I'll come to you, sir. My question now is, we've heard so much, and what is one practical change now? We've heard what Mr. Lekwas said about the internet, gambling, attachments, what Ms. Abraham says about communities, it's collaboration, right? Onyeka, she also talked about, he talked about a lot too. I now want to ask you now, our teachers are going back, right? Some teachers here are representing the school owners. What's one change they can make now in school? What is the one practical change schools and communities can implement immediately to better support adolescent well-being? From everything we are saying now, we want something practical. What is the one thing you can say, go home and do? Because that's it, like it's a practical thing now. There's so much information. Some people might be overwhelmed. Okay, now, take this thing and go.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity once again. I think...
Let's give Mr. Lekwas a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, and safe journey.
I think I go with what the barrister just said now. We have to adopt the program that is already going to commence anymore. I don't know much about the program. Probably whoever that is in charge of the program should specify more about the program, because I think it's the best way to catch them young. Everything is all about knowledge. Is what you have is what you are going to give. As a teacher, if you are not well equipped, you can't give it. So what I want everybody now, after here, go and get informed, because knowledge is power. The more informed you are about the children, is the more you know how to handle the teenagers. And another thing is that teenagers are our friends. Because this perspective we have that every young people is wayward. It is not true. Until you come closer to the teenagers, until you become more compassionate to them, they will open up. In fact, until you open up to a teen cannot open up to you. So we should just go and open up to teen. And this is not also a guarantee to the teenagers to be messing up. Now, teenagers, I'm talking to you direct. Now, many people are faulting the parents is because the parents are not doing what they're supposed to do. But you listening to me, you know the truth. So go home and do the truth. God bless you.
Thank you. Let me hear from you.
Can I add something?
Okay.
Okay, I just want to add that schools should be more intentional about this and include psychosocial supports in the...
Let me explain what I mean. If you work in a company, there are people who are shareholders, but there are people who work, operations and stuff like that. So what it means is that during our own time, our parents made the decision, they communicated to us, and they walk away. And it's law and it's binding, and it worked in our generation. But this generation, you cannot treat teenagers as shareholders. You have to treat them as stakeholders. What that means is that if you be part of that decision making, so you can't run a school that when you are taking decision about how we're going to run a term, you don't have time that you're going to call these teenagers together and have a discussion with them to understand what works and what does not work and all of that. And I will end with this story. My son, and I think I've said this somewhere else before, my son finished nursery school, came to me and said, I don't want to go to school again. And I looked at him and, do you understand it? Even in my university, I can't even say that to my father, no matter what it is. But asking myself, what do I do? I went and took his nursery school results, nursery 1, 2, nursery 3. Looked at the data. There were about 3 areas that those results were measuring. It was measuring cognitive, it was measuring psychomotor, it was also measuring learning. And analyzed the data of his result across board. 3 things were shocking for me. Number 1 is that I now discovered that his learning pattern was not what the school was applying. So I give you, for instance, he learns more from watching in the screen than all these normal teachings and stuff like that. So the balance here for me was that I have to get him a Chrome pad. But that Chrome pad I got him, I made sure that, maybe because I understand technology, I made sure that everything inside it is controlled by me, both remotely and even when I'm around. So he can't even access email. He can't even access YouTube Kids. If I do not permit games he can play on it, I determine what happens. Even if I'm not in Enugu, I determine what happens in that system. So the point that was also making was very important. They need that screen, especially if that person's learning pattern, because you want him to grow, right? You can't key him into what is learning pattern of other people. The last thing I would say that also aligns with this is, it is important to understand that what happens at home reflects on what happens in school and reflects in the child. Because when I looked at that data, even the times I had struggles with my wife, I checked my son's result. It was reflecting his result. And I'll end with this. Whether you like it or not, if a child is failing in school and is having E, C, please rate him E, C. Don't go and rate him A because you want them to be coming to your school. Show that failure in that result so that the parents can ask questions with that data. Because if you're showing A, you have denied them the opportunity to know that there's a gap. Don't do that and it doesn't work, please. And that's why I made sure that he continued and finished in that school.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Just this one. Our last question now, and in just 10 seconds. If everyone in the room should take one action after today, I'm talking about the students, everybody. Please, in 10 seconds, our final question, what will it be?
Okay, for the teen handlers, I'll say, try to understand us. Yes, it might seem like rocket science, it might seem like something that cannot happen, but we want to relate with you guys, we want to talk to you guys, but if you're up there, we can't really communicate. Now, for my guys in the room, I'll say, just know that you're not alone in whatever you're going through. You're not the only one that is happening to. There are people that are paying money, there are people that are risking, they are taking their time to actually make sure that you get better, you achieve what you want to achieve in life. So that's just it.
Thank you very much. 10 seconds, Ms. Abraham. Thank you. 10 seconds, please.
One of the things I think we need to take home or do is to go back and intentionally do whatever we've heard. Because if we keep saying it and we leave this room, we'll not be able to spread the message if we don't practice it. So I think everyone should go back and practice what we've heard.
Practice, thank you. Implementation. Okay, Mr. Onyeka.
Do whatever we've heard. Because if we keep saying it and we leave this room, we'll not be able to spread the message if we don't practice it. So I think everyone should go back and practice what we've heard.
Practice, thank you. Implementation. Okay, Mr. Onyeka, yeah?
Thank you so much. Just to join to what Mrs. Abraham has said. This conference will not make any sense. It will not be fruitful if we don't go and apply what we've learned. So if you're a parent, do your part. If you're a teacher, do your part. You're a school owner, do your part. You're a counselor, do your part. You are a teenager or adolescent. You are very privileged among millions of young people in Enugu to attend this conference. So when you go home, please reflect on what you've learned between yesterday and today and do your part. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jasper gave us 1, 2, 3 takeaways, so thank you. Please, sir.
Okay, my final word is that when the righteous kept quiet, the evil ruled in the city. I think we, the saints, we are keeping quiet so much. The time, even in social media, we should start talking. Many good things is actually happening, but we don't say it. It's only the bad things that happen that everybody broadcasts. I wish all the saints, all the people that are here can start talking about the good things they are doing among the teenagers. You will see the good news expand. So the time to speak has come.
Thank you. So, Mr. Taiwo, please.
Hello, okay. Someone says every day is a usual day until something happens. Things don't happen until people make it happen. Even the depletion of ozone layer is traceable to human action. So because of that, we need to recognize the fact that people make history. History don't make people. So we have to decide that today marks the beginning of a new dawn in Enugu State, in the southeast, in Nigeria, in Africa and across the globe. April 11, 2026, in this conference, we make an oath with our conscience, because that's the biggest oath you can make with your conscience before God, that I'm going to practice everything that I've learned here. And you don't need to have too many to-dos. Focus on one thing. And what is this one thing you focus on? Don't focus on what sounds to you like rocket science. When you fall down, when you want to stand up, your least place of pain is where you stand up from. Don't try to invent new things. Whatever is the easiest for you to do, that is what you should start with. And above all, there is a program that is going to help you to implement everything we have learned today. I'm sure the organizers of the program are coming after to discuss this program. I want to beseech you by the mercies of God that you go out of your way to sign up for this program. As a school owner, as a school leader, as a teacher, as a parent, and whatever you are as a practitioner, make sure you sign up for that program. Don't let money be the reason why you're going to say, okay, I don't have the money. Always make it a point of duty to want to move. When you move towards it, provision will come. And finally, if you are a family person here, I want to recommend something to you, which I began to do many years ago. I looked at myself and I asked myself the question, how do I want to govern my life? I drafted my own constitution. That is the constitution of the Taiwo Akinlami life. If nations have constitution, I should have one. So I have the constitution of the Taiwo Akinlami life. And in that constitution, my number one responsibility, I'm the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of my life. And what is my number one responsibility? To defend my territorial integrity, which begins from what I allow into my mind. And when I got married 20 years ago, we drafted the Taiwo Akinlami family constitution. In that constitution, even way before we had children, we decided how many children we're going to have. We decided how we're going to train those children. We decided what values govern our family. And so that we are not tossed to and fro by every wind of doctrine. If you do not prepare the way, if you do not know the way, you won't prepare the way. If you do not prepare the way, you prepare the way of other people. So what you find yourself doing, you begin to live in the history, in the vision, in the mission of other people. But you can chart your own course, and the way to start today is to think about a family constitution. And I want to encourage you, please sign up for the program that is going to be unfolded after this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's a good way for us to wrap this panel session off. Thank you so much for being such a great audience. And to my panelists, thank you for sharing from your wealth of knowledge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And as you go back to your seats, thank you. All right, everybody. Thank you for everything. All right. Okay, pictures with them, Pastor Marchi. Take a picture.
Party no vex for me. But I hope that you are well. I hope your market sell. Every day I dey pray for you. Make you Baba God bless you. I never forget you. I gon' forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest on me. You know I got you. Now me be your friend indeed. The money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you, yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi àtàtà, you always stay in my mind. Pàdí mi gone. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything will be alright. If anybody try you, you know it's gonna be on sight. See my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Oh, now I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you, yeah. How are you, my friend? I see you, my brother. How do you do, my friend? I see you, my sister. I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend.
Thank you for being with us till this moment. I'd like to invite Amarachi Amusi. She will tell us what to do next. Thank you.
Tapio, please come. Please, I'd like to recognize by myself some of our sponsors, because I know that it's not, it doesn't come lightly to have people believe in what you're doing and then they buy into it. So I want to thank David for Laranri Foundation for giving into this project. Let me start with you, that you're here because I'm about to leave. I want to thank Tanet. Please, can you be showing my sponsors? Tanet. I want to thank Golden Penny for, you're not showing them all. This is very important to me. Okay, in case of tomorrow. This is blocking the screen, just somewhere there so that they can also see the logo. And yes, we're the hosts. So Zukex, this person is my staff, but choose to also sponsor this event with her products. And should I wait for you to just roll? I will know who I'm talking to them. The Prime is here. Realtor. They are into real estate. And one of the things they are much is women owning lands. So they have different opportunities that will help you be able to acquire a land. I know teachers, we know that they don't pay us so well, you know. So you have, so Deep Prime, Deep Prime, are you here? Please raise your hand somewhere they can meet you. Okay. So you want to own a land with ease. Please meet them at the back there. they will be able to tell you how to get that done. We have Elsie's Bakehouse. Their office is in New Haven, opposite First Bank. They make cakes, everything cake. They also make it.
If you give it sex, it's the same thing. If you give it, you sell it to that house girl. So when you are giving them responsibility, something happens. In the course of that responsibility, they are going to make mistakes. They are going to fail. That's what is called well-designed failure. Well-designed failure means that allow children to... Remember when I was talking about my kid, and I was saying that I saw where he was failing. By the result, I know that this side is not good in this, but this side is good in this. Stop scoring children high when they are failing. You are killing their destiny. You may be collecting money in the name of school fees, killing their destiny. You may be collecting money in the name of school fees, but I can tell you, those children will be your alumni tomorrow. If your alumni are not good students and good children in the future, your school cannot grow. So you have to pay the price. Even when parents are saying, score it high, please tell them that this side is failing. It's high. Please tell them that this side is failing. That's part of the ways of identifying when somebody is also going to do drugs. So when he's failing, identify them. What happened? He was failing. I discovered that those periods he failed, it was not because he was not good. It was because me and my wife were having challenges in our marriage. Him. And not on the teachers. Do you know what happened when he now enters primary school? Those areas that he was failing, he started doing well. Well designed. If your children are in your schools and there's something that they are not doing well, please allow them to go through the process of failure, whether you like it or not. In the world of enterprise where I play, in Nigeria alone, over 82% of the business that started fell in the first 12 months. But people are still starting business. So how do you want them to get into that market without learning failure when they are young? It does not work like that. So failure is part of the things you must allow to happen. Sit down with that. He failed, you fix it. He failed, you tell the teacher to pass him. He failed, you're going to sit down with him to write WAEC. He failed, you're hiring a stamina person to come and write the exam for him. He will grow and believe that that's how things work. That's not the idea. So allow them to fail, but allow them to grow out of it. The next slide, please. In the next slide, I've talked about this. This is the main thing I want to talk about. You see, and I'm speaking to the teen handlers now, parents and church people. Let me tell you something. Everybody has gone through one trauma or abuse or failure or whatever it is that requires that person to go through healing. If you see a teacher who is struggling to manage teen handlers, if you check very well, there's a trauma problem that they have not healed from. Let me give you an instance. You see, as she's standing here now, come. Don't mind me, you're my friend today. If she has a wound in her hand now, and I touch her, what will happen? She will react, right? What trauma does is that it's a wound in your soul. So you see those people that are always self-defense. You see those teachers that everything, they are frustrated. Go and check. They have not been healed from one wound or problem they have. So when we talk about healing, we are not saying you should also do healing for the children. Do healing for your teachers. Set programs in place that help them heal from their own wound. People who are wounded are carrying holes in their soul cannot manage teenagers. They will transfer it. And the funny thing, I'm happy we have somebody who understands trauma here. Please, correct me if I'm wrong, man. Trauma, is it hereditary? You can pass it. Fine. She said it's not hereditary, but you can pass it on. Next point on call for me for healing is that every school should have a system that helps their teachers go through healing process, and it should be annual program. Because almost every year, see, in Nigeria as we speak, inflation, economic stress can cause trauma. So it's not even about whether somebody offended you or not. It's about the fact that there are struggles you are going through that you need to heal from as it happens. So set up a program that every year that your teachers get healed of the wounds they are carrying so that they can be able to save others. But not just teachers now. Also make sure that the children themselves, that you have a program, please go to the next slide, maybe I'll read it out there, that the children themselves, they're also passing them through healing process. See, it is an error to feel that people don't need healing. Almost on a yearly basis, they are going to struggle. Put healing program in place, and I will give you a case study. I worship in Dominion City. There's something my church does every year. It's called Encounter Retreats. What Encounter Retreat does is that when you go there, it passes you a process that looks at your sins and challenges and problems. That by the time you come out, you discover that one of the tools that can help you step out of it is the blood of Jesus. But it's not giving it to you as theory. It's giving it to you from a place of conviction that you are caused through a process. Please, I'm not saying you should take it verbatim as it is, but see, set up an Encounter Retreat programs in your school, even if it's once in a year. Pass those children those process. This is part of the reason why I was saying when Our Lady mentioned about spiritualism and stuff like that. If you read that place in Luke chapter 4, verse 18, go home and read it. It was saying that the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, and He has given me the anointing. What was the anointing meant to do? Even if it's one day in your school, have programs, hire a psychologist. For the teachers, even for the teachers, it is an error to think that it's only the student that has problems. Even for the teachers, hire somebody who is a psychology therapist, who even if it's once a week, once a month, they come and they listen. See, even listening to that teacher can help that teacher alone. Imagine what it will now do to the students. And that's why at this point I'm going to promote what Dr. Amara is doing. I'm happen to be one of the facilitators in the program. Please go to that First Aiders class. Very important, because you will learn some of these things in detail. This one now, I'm rushing it. I'm not giving you case studies. I'm not giving you data. So in those kind of classes, it will be extremely detailed. Next slide, please. Data. 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 You see, data does not take away your capacity to make decisions or judgments. It's only for the guidance. It provides you patterns. So when they say that a child is not doing well in school, it is not that the teachers are paying attention and noticing it. It is that the result is showing that that child is not doing well, right? That result itself is data. I was just giving an example of my son today. That result itself is data. Can you please call that parent to order and say, look at the result of your child. Look at what the data is showing. That this year he did well here, next year he didn't do well here. Why? We are asking ourselves that question as teachers. Can we have a conversation with you? That's data. You know, because sometimes when we talk about data, it looks as if we are speaking about foreign language. No, that's data. So it helps you put things in perspective. And it's a pity that most of the schools here don't put data in place to be able to ascertain some of those things. When you have a school that your students are doing well in maths, a teacher leaves, the students stop doing well, and you look at the data that is showing that it's not just one, it's not just three. It is possible that the next teacher may have problem. That's what that data is talking to you about. So how are you going to help that teacher? Because one of the biggest mistakes we do is that we want to help the students, but we don't want to help the teacher. On the worst scenario, we fire the teacher. You now go and get another one, and the same problem continues. So data is very important to put in place. You cannot run a system that is going to solve those problems without not dealing with data. Data also helps you see where there is need for healing. Very important. The next slide. I think I'm almost done. Next slide, please. See, I want to paint a picture in our head so that you understand the magnitude of the problem that we're facing. We know what is median age, right? Median age means that if there are 100 people, you divide them into two. The other 50 is on this side. The other 15 is on this side, right? In Europe, the median age is 43.1 years, meaning that if you divide over 400 million people who live in Europe, 50% of them are 43.something years. It's the other 50% that are less than that. That number is also 38 years plus in North America, which is Canada and Europe. Look at what it is in Oceania, which is why you have all those Australia and Latin America, which is Caribbeans, Brazil, and all of that. See what it is in Asia, which includes China, even though it varies across Asia. But there's something I want you to pay attention to. See what it is in Africa, 19 years. Africa, as at 2025, has 1.5 billion people. And I'm saying to you by this data, it means that out of that 1.5 billion people, about 750 million of them are between the age of 0 to 19 years. There's no place in the world that have that kind of population. None. Bringing down to Nigeria is about 8.2 to 3 years, 18-point-something years, lesser than what it is across Africa. Do you know what that means? Nigeria have the highest number of young people you can ever think about in the world. Let me cast a picture of what it means in your head. You can see that now. I'll punish you a lot, Abby. Thank you. Can we clap for her? That means that you see that school that is looking for people who will go to school, and you want to increase the number of people who come to your school. There are a lot of people who want to go to school or are available to go to school. There's no need to be fighting for students. What is missing is that you do not have the right program to deal with the problem. If you do, students will come. In fact, students will leave the other schools to come to your school. That's number one. Number two, there's no place in the world that demands the need for nursery, primary, and secondary school as it is in Nigeria and Africa now than any other place. No place. No place. Africa and Nigeria has the highest demand for nursery, primary, secondary school. That's what the data is showing. What it also means that if you are teaching, it means that your opportunities are high as a teacher here than it can be outside the world. The only difference is value of currency. What that also means is that you see this job, it's not a job. Is a calling and assignment. For all of you who are here, what it means is that what our children will become in the future is in your hand. And now, it is not just about the future of Nigeria and Africa, it's the future of the world. Because in the next 5, 10, 15 years, the entire global workforce is going to center on Africa and Nigeria. So you are raising the workforce of the future. If you raise wrong people who are going to battle with drugs, who doesn't have the same energy, or the energy that is right and channeled wrongly, what it means is that you see this insecurity you are complaining about, I can bet you it will be worse in the next 10 years. I've traveled from Meduguri to, which is Bono, to Adamawa, to all the part of the northeast and northwest, down to Niger, down to Sudan. I can comfortably tell you that one of the biggest problems is that we have a generation of young people who are not raised well. So when you talk about recruitment to do terrorism, that is part of the problem. So you saw these children that are seen around Southeast. If we don't raise them well, the kind of terrorism they are going to see will not be normal. Because you have people who are going to have energy, but we are not going to channel them directly. They will look for where to channel it. One other thing I also say here is this. I see a problem, and that problem is that every school wants to be the best, but the opportunities are high. Let me explain. If you run a school, and you run a school that designs a program that does healing, and you put a system in place that you're showing us data that this thing is working, do you know that it's a product? That school alone can focus on developing that product for the entire Africa. Make sure they trademark it, make sure they patent it, they sell it. That money you are looking for, that you are looking for children's school fees, that money is existing somewhere. It's not that you are not developing products that you can sell. You are seeing that money only on the students. Does that make sense? So it's the same way that that teacher who decides to start a healing program in a school can end up becoming an expert in healing, That thing you're here complaining that your salary is small, there is something that is an opportunity here now that you can build an expertise on and still be teaching in that school and be doing products, books, content, different places on those things, and people will be looking for you. What is Teacher Chike doing? Do we not know Teacher Chike? That's the thing. So the problem is that an average teacher is concerned about salary, but they are not concerned about the children, because when you have compassion, it's easy for you to develop products. So it is not just your school. Africa is your territory. Take it. That's the idea. Next slide, please. I think that's the last slide. Our curriculum, as we talk about it now, can no longer exist without not having energy producers that are right. And that's the alternative. You see the way Nigeria is complaining about cost of fuel. We must develop systems and processes that give the right energy for our children. But not just energy. Develop systems that teach them responsibility, teach them failure, and most importantly, when they fail, go through healing process and come back again. When you have a car, what happens? You get a point. The engine oil is bad, right? You need to change it. If you don't change it, what happens? The engine will knock, am I right? It's the same way that that child that you are taking a process will have failures, will have mistakes, will have problems. Rather than judging them, please take them healing. Healing means that you are changing the oil. That's the entire idea. Change the oil. If you change the oil, that sadness will come out again. It's the same one like I said about teachers. Change your own oil. Go through healing process. Go through a therapy system. Learn what works for yourself so that you don't become a burden to the next generation. Next slide, please. I don't think there's another one. The future of education lies not in grades that fade or jobs that shift. Lekwa has made a comment today. 10 years ago, I studied psychology. Lekwa was a year ahead of me in school. We schooled in Esut. Let me tell you what happened. When I got admission to study psychology, I told my father, do you know what he told me? Psychology kwa. Psychology kwa. Me, I came from oil producing area. They wanted me to go and do petrochemical engineering. If I graduate, there is job. And I went to go and do psychology. Am I going to blame him? No. He wants me to be successful. But it goes back to the point I was saying. His knowledge as at that time does not understand what the future will look like. It is the same thing now. The future that we are raising our children for, we don't know what it is. So the best thing we can do is to raise them to be human, responsible. They can chart their territory. Thank you very much.
Wow. Honestly, this is wonderful. Amarachi, thank you so much for organizing this. You said you studied psychology, but I've been hearing car, changing of oil, and all of that. Well, the wonderful thing about what he taught us today is that, first, the teenagers are filled with energy. And he said something that there are people with energy without map. Amara, I'd like to make a suggestion. Maybe in the next conference, there should be a special class dedicated to teen handlers, and then for teenagers, and then a particular hour for everybody to come together. Because I think some of these things are too, not that they won't understand, but it's not really going to make sense. And it's also a distraction to their energy and their focus. So if Amara is around, as a young person, if I was sitting on this side and he was saying this, I would grab some and others would look like noise to me, okay? And the focus will shift, because I see some teachers from time to time, you're looking, where's the noise coming from and all of that, and in just one blink, you can get distracted. So I think it's a lesson we'll have to learn. But back to what he said. He said that there are people full of energy but without map. And the onus lies on us to help them with this map. Not exactly telling them what to do, but guiding them. And he encouraged us to do more of listening. The beautiful thing about all the speakers today is that what they say align. Okay? None is independent. When you listen to this person, it looks like he took ideas from the next person. Okay? And for the first time, I heard that we have the highest number of young people. That's what you said. Very interesting. And for teen handlers, you know, he said something. He said, everybody mustn't be rich. He mentioned that, and that's so bitter for me to swallow. But then he contradicted himself. He said that for some of you that are limited financially, it is because you have limited exposure. If you actually listen to him, he told you how to become a millionaire even as a teacher. If you were actually listening, he talked about product sale. And he said, what's that brand? What's that thing you have inside of you that you can develop to actually earn a living? I think that is one thing you should take away as a teacher. What can I do with my ministry? How can I make my ministry pay? Okay? So he mentioned Teacher Chike. And beyond Teacher Chike, there are many people. In fact, he talked something about healing. I like to look at it as a ministry. You don't understand. A lot of people need this healing. A lot of people, they dress well, they look well, they speak well, but they are hurt within. I used to be one person who don't believe people are troubled. because I'm a very happy person. I don't know what it means to, but recently I became burdened myself, you know, and I used to think I was that social. I could talk about everything. I couldn't even talk about it, you know. And then I said, oh, so this is what people go through. Like, it's so painful. There's like a battle within. All of a sudden, you're judging yourself like, ew, you know. So that healing is such a, you will be amazed at the number of people that will come to you for help. And it's beyond healing. What about child safety? A friend of mine, Fechukwu Enwane, that is what she does for a living. She's an engineer, but what she specializes in is child safety. And a person could be like, what's child safety? Whether emotional safety, physical safety, and all of that. So I'm challenging you as a teacher, a teen handler, you know. Yes, they say your reward is in heaven, but that you can start enjoying from here beyond goodwill. You know, you can also create a niche for yourself. That was one thing I picked from what he said. And then he also said something, that good grades don't necessarily make a good person. He also mentioned that. I need us to take that seriously. You know, I have always believed in grades. Like, no, you should be outstanding, you should be. But when Daddy was talking, I'm calling you Daddy now because you did something wonderful. I will share that later. You know, he said something. He mentioned a guy who was so smart but was an evil genius. Politicians that we call strategic, but they are strategically evil. Do you understand? So we don't want to raise children that have outstanding grades, who are smart, but they are evil geniuses. So we should also look beyond the academic performance. Sometimes, yeah, not even sometimes, most times. You know, so we should also look into this. He said a whole lot. I just want to say thank you, and please don't stop doing what you're doing. Keep encouraging us. And one more thing he mentioned, he said if it is possible, on an annual basis, there should be an organization of healing for teachers and students. Honestly, we need this. You can't give what you don't have. A lot of people give bitterness because there is bitterness within. And if you live in Nigeria, the environment is already bitter, okay? So just imagine living in Nigeria without money and somebody expects you to be nice when you're already feeling wakasiaro. It's going to be difficult, so it's very, very important. Thank you so much. This will usher in the next session, okay? Maybe not a next session, but it can go pari passu with what we're doing. We have counselors behind, okay? Counselors are waiting behind to see people. I need you to walk up to them and share your experience with them, okay? Don't feel too bad, you know, that we're asking you to talk to somebody. This could be your liberation. So you can go outside, they are professionals, talk to them. And if you think this is not an environment where you can open up, you can book a session with them. Find out when next you can meet the person. I say this because, I mean, for every occasion you attend, there's always something waiting for you to tap. And if you don't tap it at that moment, I doubt if you might get it again, okay? So if there is something you want to discuss with them, it's been a burden, you've tried to work on it and it doesn't help, please go there. I can guarantee confidentiality because they are trained to do that. Okay, I'd like to invite Jordan Ake for a short script. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. to every adult out here. I'm here to represent a generation which is searching for identity, searching for advocation, searching for who we are. And sometimes when we don't find these things in your words, or at least in our homes, we tend to go other places to look for them. Go to places like social media, friend groups, and even some places that they truly don't even care about us. But the truth of the matter is, teenagers, all we need is to be recognized. And sometimes there's a way you address teenagers that they don't feel welcome. So when teenagers, for example, when they hear you're stupid, I've given up on you, you cannot amount to anything in life, this creates gaps in us. This now makes us desperate to fill in those gaps. And it makes us desperate to the point where we start doing things that are even wrong. And then you now see it and you think these children are lawless, they are very stupid and it's our fault. But sometimes what you say could be what makes us act up. I just want to let you know that as teachers, your words have one of the highest impacts in our lives. If you talk to us like we are valued, we will feel valued and we will act that way. But if you talk to us like there is nothing to us and we have no value in life, that's how we will act. It's not because we want to, it's not because we choose to, but sometimes it's about what you said. Thank you.
Teachers, do you agree with him? You want to say something? Okay. I want to say something to that as well. Where's the gentleman? So I love exactly what you said. But here is what I want to also add. I noticed that this generation is too soft. Eh? Listen, let me tell you something, and I'm talking to you directly because I work with young people. You must have what? The strength of mind. Say it after me. Oh, your world is dangerous. Your world is unkind. So I encourage you to have a strength of mind. You are going to see toxicity. People will say dangerous things to you. You are empty. You are a fool. You are olodo. I need you to understand, first and foremost, who is that person to call me a fool? Onye kebo ekpomo olodo. Are you my God? No! You are speaking out of frustration. She has a lot of classes to teach. That's why she thinks I am an olodo for asking a question. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that your spirit won't go down because of what an ordinary person said. Your teacher is a human as well. Your parents are humans. You heard me talking about a demonic environment, a horrible environment. Imagine speaking with your mom who is broke, your dad who is angry. I am not encouraging abuse, but I'm telling you, if you see this in the system and they open their mouth and call you useless, say in your heart, I know this is coming from a place of anger. I am not useless. Do you understand me, gentlemen? Did you hear what I said? Tell yourself that you are not what? Useless. Why I'm saying this is that you will hear a lot of abusive things. You are a fool. You are stupid. Don't say, oh, my teacher has called me a fool, therefore I made that mistake in the past and I don't want you to. I've shared it in different capacities. I had this class teacher who would walk into the class. She was a math teacher. And if you ask her a question, she would say, look at that one, Olodo, sit down, Olodo repete. and everybody would laugh over it. I would not laugh. It made me cry a lot. Remember, I was talking about strength of mind. Something that every other person took lightly, I didn't. Because genuinely, I wanted to learn. She would ask me, oh, yeah, answer. Oh, Lodo. And you know the annoying thing? I was outstanding. It was just the maths that was the struggle. Guess what? Sir, are you listening, Mr. Ake? You know what happened? Because of my maths teacher, I closed my maths textbook and never paid attention to maths till I graduated. You know how bad it was? When I saw my maths results, I think in my SSCE, I saw a D. I said, no, you are high. There is no way I made a D. That's not possible. How? When I can't even spell O-N-E-1, you know? I said, no, it shouldn't happen. And I once saw a result. I saw a C. I'm like, C. I went to the teacher. I said, you gave me a C. That can't happen, okay? I didn't write anything. So said, go and sit down. I need you to see somebody. And later on, he came, took me to our school counselor. Let me just stop there. Most of the school counselors do, you know? And I said, talking to my school counselor is like being on, I hope the daughter is not here, on CNN or something. You know, so I was reluctant until they got an older teacher. Well, it was late by then. The older teacher heard my story and decided to work on me. It was just 2 weeks to our SSCE exam. That was how I made that. So the reason I'm sharing this is sometimes you need to develop that strength of mind. You can't wish away your reality. Some of you are going to come from toxic environments. Do not let the toxicity of your parents shift your identity. God who made you has potentials for you. Do you understand? So I encourage you to develop strength of mind. And it's not something you have on your own. You have to go closer to God. Every day you study His Word. He reveals to you who you are and how to manage challenges. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So let nobody come out here and tell me because my father does not have faith in me, my mother does not have, they don't have to have faith in you. There were people who raised themselves. I'm not praying that that is your situation, but it's that strength of mind I'm talking about. And then for teachers, you heard what he said, and he's not lying. Some teachers are horrible set of people. Horrible set of people. A student cannot tell you something and you keep your mouth shut. You go to the staff room. All the students, you have something bad to say about them and their parents. Very useless woman. When you know you can always walk to the woman and render support. You know? So what he's saying, as much as I know that this generation wants to be spoon-fed, they want to be lifted, you know, angel, can I drop you here? You know, but it's also your duty to do what you can. You know, a sense of balance. You wanted to say something? Okay.
You took it right off my mouth to ask them to build strength of spirit. To also add, you need to remember that your teachers are human beings as well. They have feelings. They have emotions. Your teachers cry too when you hurt their feelings in class with some of the things that you do. So yes, we come for this and have these conversations, and we will go back and we will continue to train and retrain our teachers to be able to deliver value to you in the ways that you will appreciate. But you should also know that these teachers too have feelings, and they cry. They have emotions as well. So let's be kind to one another. As we expect our teachers to be kind to us, let's also be kind to them. Thank you.
So kindness is reciprocal. Did you hear what she said? What did she say?
She said teachers equally have feelings, so even the way we treat them can affect the way they treat us equally. So the thing also works vice versa.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we now understand ourselves very well. You can't be a student who troubles your teacher and you expect your teacher not to react. They are trained not to react, but they are humans as well. I know one of the training sessions, we were taught not to yell at our kids. We listen, we don't what? Upe. So I got home, I told my daughters, listen, going forward, I will have to stop yelling. I will do more of listening. I will judge less. I will, And then my daughter said, that's a nice one. I said, yes, I'm committed to this. Darlings, I did it the first day, did it the second day. By the third day, the house was vibrating. Oh, I couldn't take it anymore. I was yelling from, you won't kill me in this house. No! And my daughter was like, we said no yet. You hold it there. Hold it there right now. So I now remembered what my mom used to say. Adam wake and what? And I said, you have to also support me. These things piss me off. I don't want to come and see this. As much as I want to work with you, make an enabling environment for me so that I don't go crazy as well. And like Sir said, we sat together and we said things we will do. He was talking about constitution. It was sounding awkward to me. But I discovered that some of us have such constitutions. It's just that we don't call it constitution. And you can't have this if you don't build a team in your family, in your class. And to build a team, you have to be present. You have to be present. And to be present, you have to be attentive. Because you can be present and not attentive. So what do I mean? You're coming back home. Mommy, welcome, welcome. You're off. You're pressing your phone. No, that's not, you're present, but you're not attentive. But when you're present and attentive, that's when you can sit down and talk. Have you ever had conversation with somebody, but you are listening to the person's soul as well? That can only happen when there are deep engagements. You're interested. That's why you can tell that your child is saying something but means the other thing. That's when you're paying attention. So, as much as you want your teachers to be that liberal, accessible, nice to you, you also have to be that good to your teachers as well. Thank you so much. So the next item on the list is our virtual lecture. It's a back-to-back program. And she is Vanessa Nadi. Vanessa Nadi will talk to us on practical health responses for those.
Good everyone. I wish I could be there with you. Good everyone. Good everyone. I wish I could be there with you physically, but unfortunately I couldn't. But I believe that the message I carry will meet you right there. So my name is Vanessa Nadi. I'm a therapist and a mindset coach, and I reside here in the UK. So today I'm going to be talking to you on the topic practical mental health responses for those working with teenagers. So I believe everyone in the room are people who are working with teenagers in different capacities. Pastors, parents, counselors, therapists, coaches, and so on and so forth. So I want to start with something honest. Being a therapist, I've worked with different clients, different teenagers, and I have also been a teenager as well. So one thing that stands out for me is that everything that is showing out on the physical, has something going on behind the scene. So I want you to remember this. Anything that you're seeing outwardly that is manifesting in the life of any teenager that you work with, or you have to, you have some level of guardianship over, know that something is going on behind the scene. Working with teenagers is not always the easiest. Sometimes they confuse you, sometimes they frustrate you, sometimes they stretch you emotionally and even sometimes mentally. But I want you to know that beneath all of that, there is something deeper. There is something deeper. These teenagers may be quietly hurting, but somehow they are still showing up for, everything that they are used to. Talk about school, they still smile, they still play, they still carry on with their chores. In church, they still lead praise and worship. If they work in that capacity, they still do their lessons, go to school, classes, and all of that. But inside, they're overwhelmed. They could be struggling with anxiety, struggling with their self-esteem, struggling with understanding all the changes that are going on in their body. They could be battling with physical abuse, emotional, mental, or even sexual abuse. Yet they're trying to hold themselves together, they're trying to hide it all, and they're trying to still show up. From my experience as a therapist, many of them don't have the language to actually say, I'm not okay. Instead, how they show it is in their attitude, in their rebellion, in their stubbornness, in their silence, in their distance, in their anger, name it all, everything you've seen. Sometimes in their timidity, sometimes in their shyness, or sometimes in their definite withdrawal from a particular person or a particular place or a particular group of people. If you're a parent here and all of a sudden your child is always saying, I don't want to go to school, I don't want to go to a particular place, rather than being, oh, you must go, why don't you just sit in with them? I'm still going to share practical ways to handle this, but it could just be that probably they're being bullied, or something has happened, or maybe they're having an issue with a friend, because friendship withdrawal also is a thing emotionally for them. Sitting with them instead of being the typical African parent. So there are just so many ways they can show this pain or these struggles without actually verbalizing it. So I want to remind us of something powerful today, that God has actually placed us in their lives for a purpose. Not necessarily just to teach them, to parent them, to lead them, to correct them, but to be a safe space for them. I always mention that because there's a difference between creating a safe space for them and being a safe space for them. I am the founder of the Safekeep International, and what I majorly do there is to create safe space for people, even in my professional capacity as a therapist. It's something I love to do, creating safe space for people, because a lot of people are in spaces where they keep watching over their shoulder. You don't know if you convey something, if what you've conveyed is going to be conveyed in so many other places. They start insecurity, so they just want to have that safe space with you, or create that safe space in you. So if I'm a Christian and I love to bring in the scripture. So right now, let me bring in Galatians 6 verse 2. I'm not going to read it this way. I'm just going to say in that scripture, what was being conveyed was that we should carry each other's burden. Not fix it, not control it, but carry. So one of the mistakes we make as teachers or parents or whatever capacity it is that you're working is that we immediately go into that fix it mode. But sometimes, this carrying their burden or helping them could just show up in sitting still with them in their silence, listening to them without rushing them, staying with them when it seems uncomfortable. These things go a long way. Let me give an example. I've had a teenage client. Most of my clients who are teenagers, are being the people that contract me are majorly their parents, or maybe a referral from a teacher. So in this situation, the parents were there, both mom and dad. So they were like, okay, this is what they've been seeing and all of that. Because I would also love to hear from the parents before I dive into listening to the the individual, just so that I could have a balanced view of what I'm working with. So when the parents were done, when I wanted to talk to teenagers, I asked, please, can they leave the room? It was quite uncomfortable for the parents because they thought, oh, it's going to be all of us doing it together. I had to explain to them that sometimes the barrier of me getting this job done, getting to talk with this teenager is the parents being in the room. So as they understood, and then the parents left. And then I had to start talking to the young girl, and by the time I sat in with her, I spoke with her. I didn't go in, trying to fix her, trying to control her. No, I sat in with her. I listened to her without rushing. Pardon me. I listened to her without rushing, and she was able to convey a lot. And I was able to get the job done. I had much more. I had a few more sessions with her, and the impact was clear. When I got the feedback from the parents, they're like, I don't know what you did, but whatever you did is working, and they were so grateful and all of that. So I just want you to know that in any capacity you're working with, be there for this person, because it could save them a long time of trauma, a long time of pain, and wrong decision making and all of that. So let me quickly share 3 things you should always remember if you want to if you're working with them, or you find them in a situation where you seem not to know what to do. The first thing I would say is acknowledge before you begin to preach to them, because there's some people that when the teenager just shares, they just dive straight into preaching. That could scare them away. I'm a Christian, I preach, but from my, being a therapist as well, I know that sometimes going straight to preaching can scare them away, even adults as well. So sometimes you definitely get a common ground first and flow before you can bring in that. The preaching might not even come on the first session. Trust me, you can come much later, especially when you want to ensure that your clients probably get saved, and you bring in the scripture and all of that. But don't go straight into preaching. Before you dive into the preaching, the unsolicited advice, the control, the harsh correction, I want you to really pause within yourself and acknowledge that this person even though a teenager, is a human being, a full-blown human being. So sit in with yourself and ask questions in the softest possible way. How are you today? I ask because you've not really been yourself today. Now, if you ask them how are you today, they may be tempted to answer the generic way, I'm fine. But you now follow it up by saying, I ask because I've been observing you've not really been yourself today. Is there anything you want to share with me? If I can ask the same question in a different tone, and it will chase them away. But if you listen to my tone, it was quite subtle. It was quite inviting. Another one could be, are you fine today? Are you fine? Do you wanna share anything with me? Or I've been observing you, and I can see something is going on with you. Do you want to talk about it with me? So these things I'm saying it in a very subtle tone, in an inviting tone. I can use another tone and it scares them away completely. So your tone matters as well. So acknowledge that this teenager is a full-blown human being. So, and you'll be amazed, you'll be surprised how many teenagers are just waiting for someone to notice them. It has happened to me I've been on this for years. So a lot of times that's the invitation they need to just relax and unburden. And the second one I want to share is calm. Calm. So the calm, why I mentioned calm, so remember the first one is acknowledge. The second one is calm. Before you respond to a teenager, or before you even approach the teenager, especially when you've been observing, ensure that you are calm on your own. This is usually some of the struggles parents have, because even though I work with teenagers, I always, in extension, work with their parents as well. I request for sessions with their parents. Why? Because a lot of these things they navigate a lot of times is connected to the parents. So by the time I'm like, Why don't you speak to them this way? Why don't you, and they're just like, oh, I have my job, I have other kids, I have 4 other children, I have this. So they have a lot of chaos going on, and by extension, it impacts on how they, handle the kids. So I always say, even me as a therapist, I can have a chaotic day. I can have so much going on in my life, but before I enter a therapeutic room with a client, both adult, both teenager, whoever you are, I always ensure that the chaos happening around me does not reflect. So I make sure I bring some level of calmness inside me, because I cannot give peace from a place of frustration. So what I do is I take some deep breathing exercise. I pray and ask the Holy Spirit to please help me. Sometimes I just sit still before the time I'm supposed to speak to the person, so that I take myself off the chaos happening around me. So as a parent, you can do that. You can step into your room for 5 minutes. This is a level of rebellion. Step away. Give yourself 5 minutes. Just sit still with yourself, so that by the time you're coming to address it, you're not coming from a place of chaos that you cause much damage. Because remember, anything you're seeing being acted out has something going on behind the scene. Always remember that. So that's why I always talk about calmness. So your tone matters, your presence matters, how you address it matters. Because a lot of times God wants to use your calmness to bring calmness to their storm. Now, the third one is take action. I would always say listen carefully. Not everyone has a listening skill. Well, as a therapist, I have the listening skill, but not everyone has listening skill. So I always say try your best not to listen to them to respond. Try your best to listen to them, to understand them. Check with yourself. A lot of times you can convey a message to someone, and by their response, you will know if they listen to respond and not listening to understand you. So the teenagers as well know if you just listen to them to respond and not listening to understand. Try not to interrupt them. Try your best not to interrupt them, whether you have the listening skill or not. Just hold on till they are done talking, especially when you've gotten them to a place where they're unburdening. Don't interrupt them. Don't interrupt while they're talking and keep asking them questions, interject. You will lose a lot of information. So try to connect with them, connect to what they need. And these things could look like, giving them space. Yes, it can be difficult as well, but giving them space sometimes can help. Praying with them, giving them sound counsel, referring them to a therapist like most of my clients do. Sometimes I get my referral from teachers. The teachers will inform the parents, like refer me to the parents, or the parents will say, okay, let's go for therapy. So sometimes you may not be able to help. Referring them to a therapist can help as well. If you, as whatever capacity you're working with them currently, and you feel like you can't handle what they are navigating, it's okay to refer them to a therapist. We are professionally trained to handle all sorts. So please and please, always remember that there are 2 things I want to leave here with. Whatever is happening on the outside, there's something going on behind the scene. And secondly, learn to give them that opportunity to speak and not interrupt them. Some teenagers still show up smiling, but they get home and they're crying. Some teenagers serve in church, do everything, work in their capacity, but still feel empty on the inside. Some teenagers look strong, they are the ones leading others, and all of that, but they're still silently asking, does anyone really see me? So I want you to know that you can see a strong teenager, you can see a smiling, playful teenager, but there's so much they're navigating on the inside. So sometimes you need to also pray, especially if you're in a capacity leading teenager, for the spirit of discernment, to see beyond all of that. It's a prayer I usually pray. A lot of people I work with will always ask, how do you know? It's because I always ask God to give me spirit of discernment, for me to look beyond what has been shown. Look beyond what is being portrayed. Look beyond what, they are trying to show everyone. I'm sure a lot of adults in this room, probably you show strength in different capacities, and you just need someone to look beyond the strength you show. So that's how young teenagers are as well. Sometimes they want someone to look beyond what they are showing. You find out that you've created a safe space for them, and gradually you can become a safe space for them because their pain is real. Their pain is real. Jesus actually in the Bible made space for people. He wasn't judgmental. So forget about all those judgmental things you see on social media. If you are judgmental, you need to really sit with yourself. Jesus sat with the woman with many husbands. Name them. He never judged sinners. He listened. He wept with them. He cared for them. And if we're called to reflect Christ, our presence should reflect some level of compassion, empathy, and not judgment, irrespective of what they have done. Don't be among those on the media spitting venom, judgment, cancel culture. Let them see someone who can give them that space to speak and get the help and support that they need. As a therapist, I've learned to create and be a safe space for anyone who encounters me in my professional role, be you adult, be you a teenager, in spite of what my life is saying at that point. So what am I trying to convey? You may be struggling with so much. As a father, as a mother, as a guardian, as a coach, as a pastor, whatever, as a counselor, as a therapist, as many positions or capacities that are sitting in this room today. But I want you to know that you may not always say the perfect thing. No, you may not always get it right. But if a teenager feels safe with you, they will come back. And in some cases, you may be a reason why they don't give up. You may be a reason why they don't make that wrong decision. So your calmness matters. Detaching from the chaos. Your approach matters. And your ability to listen matters. When it gets difficult, when you feel stretched, when you don't know what to say, always remember that you're not just leading teenagers. You are holding hearts. And hearts are sacred. And I just want to say thank you so much for saying yes to the calling. And may God continue to strengthen us all as we continue to strengthen them. Thank you very much.
Grace ambassadors, please.
When you're down and out, and there seems no hope at all. But if you just believe,
Thank you very much, ma'am. Grace ambassadors. Please go ahead with the music. New Haven girls, New Haven Secondary School, please file up. Girls, have we done that? We have community secondary school. Community secondary school, Eva Valley. Community secondary school, Eva Valley. Please let me have Mrs. Ebere Ikozum, please, to come and do this one with me.
Exclusive from offers-to-vibes.com.
Thank you very much, Mom. Is she
Bring
here?
it on, bring it on. You, bring it on.
Thank you.
Life know the sweet though, hey. If some people know the hate.
Please, who are in secondary school, get ready, please.
Calculate, you go see the ratio. The beef self na me yo. Whether na asu.
And to do that, I'd like to welcome Joy, one of our counselors. Please come, you do that with me. We are in secondary school. Thank you very much.
Take a look at me now.
Is she here?
Take a look at me now. We're running things in this town. Can't you see?
I don't care who you are,
come again.
where you're from, or what you do. Just as long as you're chasing money, do what's right, never give up on it. Bring it on, bring it on.
Riva, are you ready? Are you here? Please, Mrs. Auntie Promise. Please, you do it, Riva, with me.
How you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high and standing tall. And
rising, rising, rising. Keep it high and rising, rising.
Bring it on.
This life is not easy. So much hustling and puzzling. Everyone is struggling. So make you know they believe. Say, since everyone is chasing, you never gonna.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Idoriva, please.
Never give up. Keep your head
Idoriva, all right.
Standing tall. And for sure, you go turn it up, turn down for what? Hey, Shane and them talk say, we no go blow. Share them they see us now, we don't they glow. Take a look at me now. Take a look at me now. We're running things in this town. Can't you see?
I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you do. Just as long
Government
as you're
Secondary School, I'd like to welcome Barrister Taiwo, please.
Bring it on, bring it on.
Are you ready? Unu ready?
No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high and standing tall.
Thank you.
Bring it on, bring it on.
Are you ready?
Thank you. Thank you.
No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high and standing tall.
And rise. rising. Keep it high, rising, rise. I don't care who you are, where you're from, or what you do. Just as long as you're chasing money, do what's right, never give up on it. Bring it on, bring it on. Are you ready? Are you ready? No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high and standing tall. Bring it on, bring it on. Are you ready? Are you ready? No matter how you try, don't you ever fall. Keep your head up high.
Ambassadors, community secondary school. I've called government secondary school, one secondary school. Eva Valley, have I called Eva Valley? Have I called Union Secondary School? Union Secondary School, please come. I like to eat it myself.
Bring it on. This life is not easy. So much hustling and puzzling. Everyone is struggling. So make you know they believe it. Since everyone is chasing, you're never gonna make it. Never say no. Never give up. Keep your head up.
Please, is there a school counselor here? Any school counselor here? Please. Ma, please come. Because we're trying to help our children do some of our work.
I'll smile, I know what it takes to fool this town. I'll do it till the sun goes down and all through the night time. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Keep my sunglasses on while I shed a tear. It's never the right time. Yeah. I put my armor on, show you how strong I am. I put my armor on, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Persia with no brakes. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries today. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. I'm unstoppable today. Break down, only alone.
Okay, please, we have our certificates here. I don't think I'm going to call the certificates. So maybe you just meet the ladies at the door and then pick up a certificate. If I start calling, or do I start calling? I think, yeah, just pick up and then pick up later. Okay.
I put my armor on, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Persia with no brakes.
Please, at this moment, are we all right as we just stretch our hands and pray for these ones? The truth is, okay, thank you. I love the two of you. In short, you're going home with one Indomie. Do you know why? Do you know why? Come on, let me tell you why. So I've requested for a list of all the children in the room, and they gave me about the number. So we gave the person that is printing the medals, and they did. So I was done. They were telling me, National Grammar School, I told them I don't have medal. And the two of them walked up. Medal is not by the medal. They walked up and they said, we cannot be left out. We cannot. It's not the medal. And that's the spirit. When they don't want you in the room and you know you should be in the room, you find yourself in the... So please, you've won yourself one packet of Indomie. Please. Please, let's stretch our hands and pray for them. This is very, it might sound, this is a very sensitive moment for me. While I was putting the medals, I felt like crying because it's like conferring a responsibility that they don't even know what they're about to do. I'm not even sure. Because you will meet people calling you snitch. See that word called snitch? You will hear it, but make sure that you demystify it in your head. It's not about people liking you, it's about people thanking you. It's not in the light, but in the thank you in the future. So let nobody in your classroom, let nobody in your circle, let nobody in your streets be lost because you saw something and you couldn't say anything. Because you refuse to develop yourself, refuse to read. So while others are watching other rubbish, you are developing yourself because you want to be the ones that will be able to save your generation. Please, let's stretch our hands and pray for them. Is there any pastor in the room? Pastor Chisom, please come. Please, let's stretch our hands and pray for them. Father, we commit these ones into your hands. Like Jesus said, that he wished the cross is taken away. The cross, you can't take it away. All we're asking is for grace to carry this cross.
Let's just stretch forth our hands towards these ones. Father, we thank you. We honor you, we glorify you for finding them by yourself, for singling them out of the many multitude in their schools. We know by the word that many are called, but few are chosen. You have chosen these ones today to represent you in their schools, in their classes, in their communities, in their families, and everywhere they find themselves. Lord, we ask, oh God, that you give them such boldness. Lord, we ask, oh God, that you give them, like Daniel, that spirit of excellence, that they would always stand out. They would dare to be a Daniel all the time. They would dare to stand alone. They will not be boys and girls that seek the validation of men. There will be boys and girls that seek the validation of heaven every time. And Lord, they will not feel alone because the Holy Ghost will be with them every step of the way. They will have such comforting ministry of the Holy Ghost like they've never had before. They will have boldness to speak and confront evil when they find one. In the name of Jesus Christ. Everything in their life that is standing as an opposition in their life. Some of them might even be standing here with the guilt and imposter syndrome, like, look at me, I'm not even qualified. Today the Lord qualifies you in the name of Jesus Christ. The Bible said that day that he called, he equips. You don't need that equipment before now. It's because you are standing here. That's why you are being equipped. You are being equipped to do that work in the name of Jesus Christ. And yes, every hidden thing that you're still struggling with, the Lord gives you grace to triumph over all of them in the name of Jesus. Be it in your moral life, in your academics, in your identity, whatever it is, the Lord is empowering you today. And yes, we stand here under the authority of our Lord Jesus Christ. And yes, we bestow that authority to watch over others today in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, our Heavenly Father, for these ones. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
Please just stand. Please, can we, all the speakers, please come. All the DD, let's take a picture with them. Then we can have our teachers, our pastors, our handlers also join. Let's take a group picture together. Thank you. You are the real MVPO. It's not us that organize conference because you're not here. If you did not sit down like this to listen, we should have gone since. So thank you very much for choosing to work with these young ones. May God bless you for us. May God continue to empower you. May you continue to provide all that you need. And for any one of us that have a child anywhere, a teenager anywhere, while I'm praying, please be coming. A teenager anywhere, in your home, in your space that is struggling, help will locate them. In Jesus' name, amen. Jesus. So I think we should stay down so that we don't cover them. So some of the people that are, if you know that you are as tall as I am, just come and squat. Just squats. Hey, can the cameraman, can you get them over there? Where's our cameraman? Is he doing paparazzi outside too? Where are the counselors now? They should come now. Everybody has to have a speaking whatever here. Ebere.
make every crooked way straight away. It is forward ever, backward never. Oh, you are going forward, forward ever. Hey, for the Lord has gone ahead of you to make every crooked way straight away. It is forward ever, backward never. Oh, I carry grace, His grace. I carry favor, His favor should surround me. It's my season of increase. Oh, it is forward ever, backward never.
All the school counselors come first. For the fact that they went to school and started counseling, let's give them that honor first. All the school counselors, please come.
It's my season of increase. Oh, forward ever, backward never.
And turn this seat so we can sit so every other person can join behind. The photographer is scratching his head like, am I a young man? We need all the young men. Please, all the young men. All the young men.
As far as your eye can see, you carry grace. You carry faith.
Barrister, please, let's see so that all can stand, so we can have enough people go by, so we can capture everyone. Please, I hope we all got small package. Even if it's your gate man, can give. No, if you go too backwards, we'll not be able to get everybody in. Let's stay forward. Great. Thank you. Okay, maybe we can get more of these ones too and put. Okay, please. My speakers come now so that every person can join behind us. Yes, so. Please, can we all now join this picture, please? If you're on the platform, if you're not on the platform, you'll be able to get the picture. Please, if you're not on the WhatsApp platform, when you're leaving now, write your name again and write in brackets, add me to the platform. So that everyone can be on the platform and get all the slides, all the pictures. And then let me announce while this is going on, while I'm waiting for all of us to join. If you don't want to join the picture, Ikadege.
Them say salvation where you do, Ojoro. You bless the boy, you give him victory, Ojoro. The girl is fine, no fresh and beautiful, Ojoro. See, this Ojoro, this Ojoro, this Ojoro, you do for me.
DJ, please, we don't want anyone sitting. We want. Okay. Please, we want everybody to join the picture. Please, this is a structured environment and we follow instructions. Obikon. Thank you so much. It won't take more than a minute, I promise you. Thank you. Thank you for complying, please. Please, everyone, please. Please, thank you so much. Please, if you are a part of us, please, you will take the picture with us. Oh, just a minute. Thank you. Please save our time. Oh. Sir, please join the picture. That's why you're here. Join the picture. In a minute, we'll be done. You will. Please, join the picture. In a minute, we'll be done. Thank you. Join the picture. In a minute, we'll be done. Hello, ma. Please, I'm coming to you specially, oh. Please join the picture. Please. I'm reaching out to us individually. Join the picture. Please. Ma. Hello, ma. Please join the picture. In just a minute, I am here. Oh. In just a minute, we'll be done. Let's look fine. May we say the closing prayer before leaving. Closing prayer before leaving. I'll just ask a student to say the closing prayer for us and we'll leave.
Okay. In Jesus' name, Father, we thank you for a successful conference and a successful psychosocial first aid recovery ecosystem. Father, we thank you for what you have done today. Thank you for changing the lives of students all around. Thank you for changing our lives. Thank you for impacting in us. I pray that we go home safely and we shall do well in our studies. I wish us the best in our exams and thank you.
Amen. Bye, everyone. Most importantly, if you are a volunteer, please come forward. All volunteers should come. Okay, you just hang on. Hang on for a sec. The volunteers, where are you? Come forward. We're about to take a picture with them before we leave. So we want you to do something fun, okay? At the count of 4, you would all shout, Teens Alike Academy, okay? And there'll be questionnaires outside. We expect you to fill it and submit immediately. So, at the count of 3, I want you to shout, Teens Alike Academy. Okay, can we do that together? So let's count. 1, 2, 3. Teens Alike Academy. Do we do that one more time? And we'll end with yeah. Okay, so let's go. 1, 2, 3. Teens Alike Academy. Yeah!
Raise your voice and shout, come on.
Volunteers, can we have you? Can we see our volunteers?
I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back. No turning
If you came with a child that's about 1 year old and you stay to the end, please come. We have a gift from. Please, certificate only for Graceland. The certificate is for people that paid completely for the training. No, people that paid completely for it. So if you want certificates, then reach out to your admin. They'll tell you how to get one. People that paid completely for the training are the ones. So if you did not pay completely, so you also know that your own is not. This is from Golden Penny. So please, do it. Are you a brother? Are you a brother? So don't go and sell it, to take it home. Do we still have gifts inside? Hey, you are late. I'm giving it out. What I want to give them, I'm giving it out. Please, I wish, is there an oldest school counselor here? Oldest. That's Kirugoru Arroya, oldest school counselor. How are we supposed to know now? Oldest school counselor. I'm a public out here. Oldest school counselor. How are you the oldest? You're young. How are you the oldest? Oldest kid. How did you know?
When I think about the things that you've done, my imagination has turned to reality. Oh my God, you do this one, you do this one.
So this is us saying,
when I think about the love
for
that you've shown me, my imagination has turned to reality. Oh my God, you do this one, you do this one, hey, testimony.
I say, as I'm an oldest counselor, and I promise this group that as I've been doing it, I will continue. So, let's advertise you and win the adolescents for the team and the country.
Thank you.
All the glory is yours. You do this one.
So, please, let's give you your gift so you can go.
Jesus, you do this one. All the glory is yours. You do this one. Wake up. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kill up for me, come person, my town, person we don't mind. Boy, when I land on this sofa floor, so far so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo,
Please, Mrs. Ebere Ike. Come and take your gifts. Where are my counselors?
Oh my God, now you do this one. Evidence, full everywhere. My testimony be like light. The God that sees me, the way you manifest yourself, I cannot explain it. Nobody can explain it. Oh, the kind of thing we see, not only you fit do, and you are consistent in your ways. Waiting you talk.
Please, the Graceland lady, are you still around? The Evergreen lady. The Evergreen lady, are you still around? Please come. Auntie, please, why am I? Pick your own. She has collected it. Auntie, please. Please check your own. Please, all my volunteers, be ready to collect your certificates. So I have to find a way and get across to you. I don't know how they are late. Thank you.
I have never seen the righteous forsaken. In fact, my Papa God did not fail me. Cause my
just stand by
is not
when they are ready.
All my worries not finito. Plenty evidence there. When you look at my life, you go see. The blessings is there or the beat. I know it explain all the good things. I go praise the Lord till it's my testimony's not the finish. All my worries not finito. Plenty evidence there. You are looking for evidence.
Please, are there things that we have that we can share? Please, so you can come and collect this. Are these sweet items? I hope people have your own. We are finished. If we rather pay more for the dance.
Let's go. Give me the mic now. Let's go. Give me the mic now. Let's go. Give me the mic now. Let's go. If your neighbor is sleeping, I'll find your neighbor. Find space. We are not going to have nobody in the ocean. Let's go.
Where are the names? Where are the names of the 10 early birds? Where are the names of the 10 early birds? Barrister.